Hello, hello, and good morning, beautiful people of the internet. Hello, Corvus Korek, Shrek Militaire 2018, and Mana. Mana, thank you for the subscription, very much appreciated. Here to play some Necrobinder. I was playing some Slay the Spire 2 from my Steam Deck while I was out and about, traveling around, and found that the Necrobinder is quite a different experience compared to the Defect at the highest Ascension. It's, dare I say, easier, but mostly, I think, simpler. My current working theory is that Necrobinder wants to essentially stall because you have a built-in barricade, body slam, card duo built into your starting deck. And from that, along with the fact that she's got so many good defensive cards, means that the emergent strategy is to be pretty ding-dang defensive and just rock and roll with it. So without further ado, I've been still really enjoying this game. And looking at these starting rewards, one of the things that surprised me is actually, I think this last one, the Silver Crucible, it's kind of good. It's actually kind of good. I was reluctant to take it when I was very first doing runs in this game, because I'm like, why would I want this chest to be empty? I don't want my first chest to be empty. That sucks. But you know what? Having your first 3 cards upgraded, probably a bigger deal. I feel like it's actually an even bigger deal if you can manage to get to the question marks, because there's a lot of question mark events that let you like draft cards, especially the ones that are like, you know, 2 of 8 common cards, pick 2. It only uses up 1 charge of your Silver Crucible, and you get 2 upgraded common cards. And for Necrobinder, dude, she's got some common cards that are really good, or like really good to have early, right? Defy is super good. Afterlife is handy. Reap is a good early pickup. Invoke is like a nice one that can have big late game payoff. Sculpting Strike is one that you're always happy to have in the deck by the end, you know, etc., etc. Defile can be strong early, you know. I don't know. I just feel like that's a good way to go. I've also found that my pathing, optimal pathing that I'm sort of working out, is just go to as many question marks as possible. The hallway fights in Act 1 are too dangerous, and you don't need the payoff. You just don't. So I have a feeling the route will look something like this, right? What I just sort of drew there. Possibly needing to go to that campfire. Probably, actually. So then it's a matter of, do I want to bother going to a shop with just 99 gold? Honestly, it's not that bad. It's not that bad to go to a shop with 99 gold. Anything to avoid the hallway fights, because they're super dangerous. That's just the way it is. I'm not too worried about Lagavulin Matriarch. I think we'll find a tool to be able to take her on by the time we reach her. Especially since, as we lose strength, it does not hurt the damage caused by Unleash, because Osti is doing the damage. So as long as we've got like a really good block engine, we can handle the Matriarch. Brewski, hello, hello, good morning. So I might just go through this way. We may want to pick up like a potion or 2. Since there isn't a shop that we're looking to get later in the act. The question marks, of course, could be a shop. Maybe by the time we've gone through like 7 question marks. Maybe that's likely enough to be a shop. I should just go this way. Yeah. All right, so let's do this one. The first 3 card rewards you see are upgraded. Surprisingly good, I have found. And already kind of an interesting decision point. This type of enemy, these corpse slugs, seem to me to not be that threatening, and I'm wondering if we can get away with taking 0 instead of taking 1 and dealing 6. We're gonna have to shuffle anyway to kill, even if we do a strike. Right, 12 plus 11 plus 6. No, that would be enough. Oh, maybe should just strike him then. The Osti damage, of course, is not real. It doesn't count. Didn't draw the strike though. So that was the thing I was worried about. That was the line I was worried about. So now, am going to take 3 damage. Okay, and what's nice too is that the corpse slugs, even after you stun them, they keep their previous intent. So we know we've got like a full, basically 2 rounds to take out the other one, which makes that enemy usually pretty easy. Okay, so like I was saying, like an early Defile, like one of these is pretty nice to add to the deck, just to help solve the Act 1 fights and make them less of a disaster. Do you play CCG or TCG, or just into Slay the Spire? Like other collectible card games or tradable card games? I've played Magic the Gathering. I used to play... my favorite format for Magic the Gathering, perhaps unsurprisingly, is limited. Right? Just drafts. I really like drafts. But I haven't played any others. I mean, I've played some others, but not in any serious capacity. Alright, gonna take more damage. This is why I like building more defenses, right? Even the first card. Like, I would rather the first card, if given the option, be a defensive card. Because the earliest of fights, if you get a higher proportion of defenses, you can often just take them without receiving any damage whatsoever. Magic's fun? Yeah, Magic's fun. Well, let's see. I don't really think Drain Power is a great card, but it might be one of those things that could be okay for like the Lagavulin Matriarch. I don't think I want a second Defile. Not that it's too bad. But being able to upgrade like our Bodyguard and things like that is not bad. Could grab Poke. I mean, a 0-cost attack is always fine. I just feel like we don't want to add these cards to the deck. Not really. But it is probably the best card from completing the sort of role of just helping us get through the early hallway fights most efficiently. Or even just grabbing a second Defile maybe is fine. Let's just grab a second Defile. Alright, already gonna take a damage. One of the things I found during, let's see, it must be Deadly Enemies. Yeah, Ascension 9 was a massive increase in the difficulty of the game. Like, dramatic. I think it made a bigger difference than any... than anything, really. Okay. So I don't think Delay is the best defensive card for like what I'm looking to do, but I think it's fine. Pull Aggro and Great Blast are both like okay cards, but I think the Delay is probably going to be better here. And is it worth going to a shop here or pathing around? The likelihood of hitting a shop within 6 nodes is pretty high. We've got enough that we could buy some of the things we want. There's like a handful of cards that often are like at uncommon and rare, but they're like so good that they just like set you up for success. Capture Spirit is one of them. Right, this card is insanely good. Well, maybe a lot of them are rare. Haunt if you've already got the souls, but that's kind of whatever. Borrowed Time is really nice. Debilitate, but only if you've already got some good weak. Or vulnerable. I agree, since Ascension 9, you usually dodge all elites in Act 1 and most in Act 2. It feels frustratingly difficult to survive. Yeah, exactly. And to tag onto that statement, it also feels like usually Act 3 and including the end boss aren't that bad, right? So it's a lot of just trying to avoid as much as possible, like, which is very counter to how you would want to play Slay the Spire 1. I'm not sure it's a good thing, but I'm gonna avoid this shop. I think we'll hit a shop, and I don't want to have a completely wasted path here. Enchant a strike or defend with Spiral. I'm happy to enchant a defend with Spiral. Sure. Give it defend Spiral 1. Give it replay 1 rather. Thank you, Spiral. Right, and also the thing is the events are just like good. Alright, we could pay a bunch of gold to... Let's see, I'm trying to remember what this event actually does. I think it's just like random upgrades that you just keep paying for, and it costs sequentially more. I can't remember if the payout is different. I suppose I should maybe try to look these up. I bet these are on the internet now. They didn't used to be. I'm curious if they are. If there's just like... Let's see. So you can just keep upgrading for 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. So that would mean we'd be able to upgrade 3 times, random cards. We know that they are only strikes and defends, and then the bodyguard unleash. I don't know. You're just getting bodied by the big mech crab. That's not even on any ascension. Did you play Slay the Spire 1? Make sure to always be facing the correct heading. That's the most important part for that particular fight. Antiwian, hello, hello. Yeah, I think I'm just going to observe the chef. I think, who cares? We're just going to upgrade maybe this... Oh, this is a random card. It did say random. Okay. I couldn't really remember exactly what that event did. That's fine. And let's see, is this fight going to go on long enough that I think we're going to get the most of the payoff from the regen pot? I kind of think so. So I'm just going to drink that now. We don't want to get mugged. The deck doesn't have a ton of damage, so I'm going to want to try to draw a Defile when we pop this guy open. That's going to be the goal. All right, so I know we'll have enough block next turn. Because his little dude just do a good run away. He'll split into 2. We'll want to make sure we've got like a Defile lined up for the follow-up, right? So we will no longer be weak, so we just need to hit him 1 time. And we'll make sure to buff up our little Ostie here. Flap. Got him. So we'll get the full value out of our regen pot. Pretty nice. Give us our gold back. And what does this character want to do? What is the starting passive? So the starting passive is Bound Phylactery. At the start of your turn, summon 1. And so summon means you have a little Ostie. Ostie is like your little friend. And Ostie is a barrier for most, but not all, of the damage you would receive. The 2 cards that start here with Bodyguard and Unleash. Unleash is kind of like, if you've played Slay the Spire 1, you can think of it like Body Slam, where as you increase your defensive buffer in your giant Skellington hand, when you unleash, it do more damage. It do more damage the more health it's got, which intrinsically incentivizes building something nice and defensive. And here, I think Fear is like an okay card. Fear is not as... What's interesting is like on its surface, Fear and Defy feel like they should be really similar in terms of their value that they provide, right? Defy being a defensive version of this same card, but based on the objectives of what you kind of want to do, based on the encounters in the game and the way I think this character works, I value this card way lower. Defy is insane. Yeah, Defy is a really good card. Right? Block and weak combined together on the same card is just so good, right? At the start of your turn, gain 1 block. That's kind of accurate, Choppy Cat. It's gain 1 block that has, you know, that doesn't go away. It sticks around. I might grab Negative Pulse though. A little bit of Doom in even a little bit of Doom is always good. I think this card's pretty handy, and I want to add more defensive stuff. So I think a Negative Pulse is fine, and there's plenty of ways we can turn defenses into offense, or excuse me, Doom into defenses is actually more what I meant there. So let's see. Some of these hallway fights, they get pretty brutal pretty fast. If I did hit the Toad Pole for 9, it would put him in range to be finished off by one of the Defiles. So it's kind of tempting to do the Strike Plus and then the Gambler's Brew. Probably save our attack pot for this Elite. I think I like where that sits exactly. Want to make sure we're doing plenty of damage here. We don't want the calcified cultist to start pumping up. That would be bad. So let's delay and bodyguard. I think we'll be just fine. I don't think we'll take damage in this fight. Not looking like it anyway. Give him a big ol' slam. Or one of those. Okay. Sculpting Strike is okay. This one is, I found often handy just to get rid of, you know, as you get your deck thinner and thinner, which is I think what you want to do with Mrs. Skellington here, with the Necrobinder, being able to make statuses and things you just don't want ethereal, actually pretty good. I think this card is kind of bad, and this card is meh. It's okay. But I'm gonna go with the Sculpting Strike. So are we the Skellies now? We the Skellies now. We haven't really had any like great card rewards. So let's see. Could enchant our replayable Defend with Nimble 2. That's probably fine. That's probably fine. Oh, it already has it on it. Duh. Yes, that's I've been fooled by that before. I forget cards can only have 1 enchantment. Well, I might go with a Negative Pulse because I feel like, at least for now, this is often going to overblock, and this might be just the amount of block we need. So I'll just put it on this. And I think that is what I would have chosen. I mean, I guess I could have given extra damage to like Unleash, but eh. Just don't get hit. Empty. And I think we're okay going into this Elite here. The Skulking Colony. Ah, that's an unfortunate opening hand. I guess gonna lose one of our Defiles. This is a terrible opening hand. This is like all of our gas. We got a replayable Defend, the Delay, the Unleash, and then 2 of our like important damage commons that are ethereal. Wow, that sucks. So I guess it'll be play the Defile. I don't think I'm gonna play the second one. I'm just gonna do the Delay. That way we can play, you know, 5 cards or maybe 4 if we draw the Ascender's Bane. Okay. Well. We gave the Ascender's Bane ethereal. So take 15. This is bad. So is it bad enough that I want to play the attack potion here? Make sure we can redraw it. Kind of think it might be. Final Fight is 15 questionable ragtag angry peasants. I guess high five just to apply vulnerable. I guess. Not that vulnerable makes a huge difference against the Skulking Colony, but... Good lord. Bad draws, again. We're not going to do any damage. Only need to do 20, and then he's doomed. No, I think this is defend here. Ha! So defend, and then just strike, Sculpting Strike, and then should be able to kill next turn with the Defile and Negative Pulse. Actually, hold up. No, we have... Well, we do have Lethal, but he'll still be able to attack us. Because that's how Doom works. So I'm going to bank on the fact that... Yeah. Alright. Yikes. Down to 26 hit points. It's a little bit uncomfortable. Ornamental Fan, normally a good relic. Not really that good for Necrobinder. Lethality is pretty okay. It is often true that in a lot of rounds of combat, you just want to do one attack and then 2 block cards of some kind. Making a big Unleash is good. Making the Defiles big is good. Grave Warden is also, like, again, one of those cards that helps us do what we want to do with, I think, how the deck wants to be built with Asti, or the Necrobinder. But I'm still going to go with Lethality. I think that's just the better card. And here's the deal. These 2 hallway fights represent an insane amount of danger. If we get bad draws, like we did against this elite, we could just die. I feel like even with 26 hit points, like, we have to rest. Which is so sad. But that's sort of one of the big lessons learned from the A10 runs. Like, this guy, this ghost ship, this haunted ship, holy shit! He can do so much damage! So I'm gonna do Lethality, Defile, Defend. Alright, let's make this do more damage, and hopefully we'll only take 6. We'll see. We shall see. Wah. Alright, should be able to kill him. Blap. Necromaster. Summon 5 whenever Asti loses HP. All enemies lose that much HP as well. I think this card is pretty okay. We don't have any source of AoE at all, except for Negative Pulse, which is valid. But there's a lot of multi-enemy fights compared to Slay the Spire 1, where I feel like I value stuff like this higher. We'll try it. I think it's okay. I don't know that I've had a run with that yet. Let's see, so is it Defile Delay or Defile Strike? I think it's Defile Delay. You know, we've got the Ascender's Bane in hand right now. We know he's going to attack next turn and have a bunch of blocks, so... I feel like we want to play 5 energy. Yeah, definitely want to play 5 energy. So, Necromastery, Defend, Defile, Sculpting Strike, let the strike go away. Yeah, I think that's fine. Even though we're not going to proc Ornamental Fan, I think that was still right. And then hopefully can kill here. Right, so if we do Lethality, this will hit for 12 plus 6. Not enough. Negative Pulse he's going to block with the Artifact. So could full block. I don't think play the Lethality, I think play the Unleash, so probably block like this. Keep Asti healthy. Hopefully kill him next turn. All we gotta do is draw one of our, Oh, okay, he's not even hitting us. What a nerd. Okay, Veil Piercer's like, okay, but I don't really like it that much. A lot of the ethereal cards... Well, I don't know. We could use some more energy-based stuff. I kind of want some more... I want stuff that generates souls, right? We don't have any. We would like that. Souls are really good because they are savable card draw that you can use for shuffle manipulation. Like, you can decide exactly when to use your haunt draw cards to shuffle at the perfect moment, which make it quite a bit better than like uncontrollable draw or draw that just happens. And I'm deciding if we want to do an elite fight. No. So thinking about it, like the Skulking Colony is probably the most difficult elite for this deck to face. I think if we fight like all the little tentacles, the Necromastery will do a great job against that. And if we fight the giant burb, I think we've just got big enough hits. Souls suck against the fog guy, though. No reason to ever take him. The fog guy? Who's the fog guy? Souls are also really good against like the queen, the final act 3 boss. Because she, you know, as you get your deck nice and thin as the Necrobinder, if all she does is tie up all your souls together, he's like, okay, I'll only play one of the 3 souls that you bound together. Oh no. Hallway fight limits you to 1 skill per turn. Oh yeah, God. The creating the bombs. Oh God, that's true. That's true. That fight sucks. That fight's so hard. Yeah, I know which one you're talking about. That fight sucks. That fight is so hard. I'm gonna go with the Veil Piercer. I feel like I've added more to the deck than I usually do by the end of Act 1. And I think the deck is okay against an elite. Yeah, the Terror Eel. So probably not playing the Necromastery. I guess I'm not sure. How's the Spire? Did you do full climb? Yeah, we're at A10 with the Necrominder. Not with all characters. Not with all characters. Just the Defect and Necrobinder. So... So thinking about the amount of damage that Defile's going to do versus Necromastery. Necromastery blocks for 5, and then we'll do at least 6 this turn, and probably we'll do another 11 by the end of the fight. Seems pretty likely. So I think I'm going to play the Necromastery instead of the Defile. Or I guess I should be comparing Necromastery to Defile plus Strike. More realistically. But I'm going to be... I don't know, I guess I was thinking it was a given that I'd play the Negative Pulse. I think it is. I think Necromastery plus the Negative Pulse. We'll let the Defile go away. So here, probably Delay plus Defile. That seems pretty good. He's buffing himself up. We don't like that. Okay, we'll be able to proc our Ornamental Fan, which is nice. And let's add Ethereal to the defend. Let them play it. So, ow. So if we play Veil Piercer, we can play the Lethality for free, and then 2 blocks, and it is very likely that next turn we'll be able to get him below 75. Because we'll be putting him to 80. I think that's good. I think this is a good turn to cause him to turn over. Although we can nearly block this. Would that be worth? No. Let's just attack him. And probably just do these. And we'll let this one just dissipate, and that's fine. The shuffle's not going to matter here, right? Hopefully we can do 12 damage next turn. Let's see. Hey. Blap. Strike Dummy. Capture Spirit. This card is sick. This card is so good. Because again, it's not just that you get these 3 souls. Like, face value, you know, you've got to think you had 3 cards. Each one only draws 2. And so you can think of them as drawing net 1 card. So it's like draw 3 in the future. So maybe that's like fine, but not that good. Except that these cards you can play granularly when you need them. And only when you need them. Which makes them super good, again, to control when you shuffle, to control all these other things. So I think Capture Spirit's pretty good pick. And because of that fight and losing hit points, is it necessary to rest before the Lagavulin Matriarch? Probably. Probably. We will get some time to set up, but this deck doesn't get the time to set up if we draw our ethereal cards. Which, you know, we can let them go away. Right? So just like the Lagavulin from Slay the Spire 1, you know. Awakens upon losing HP or after 3 turns. So notably, we can damage her armor. Alright, so we could let the Defile go away. We could even use a Sculpting Strike on, say, a Defend or this Strike Plus and let it go away. And it would not cause her to wake up earlier. I think thinning out the deck is actually pretty good. Like, we want to leave it down to just like high value cards only as much as possible. So I might Sculpting Strike, and I'm not sure if I want to get rid of the Strike Plus. Might be a Defend. I think it's so cool that a company named their whiskey after this boss. That's right. Now let's get rid of the Defend. So a Defile and a Defend are both going to go away. Have to play the Lethality. And want to play the Lethality. We also, Osti's gaining strength turn by turn. So here the Defile will do 25 damage. Maybe that's worth playing. And then we keep the Defile in the deck. Also, if we are going to play the Veil Piercer, this is the only remaining ethereal card. So, it's the only one that will gain that value of retaining being free. Because this is not the next ethereal card you play this turn, it's just the next ethereal card you play. Now, I think I'm gonna wake her up. I'm not sure if that was right, but it's what I did. Wow, this is damn. This has been really, really bad. Act 1 as far as how the shuffles have gone. Holy shit. So definitely want to play the Capture Spirit because we want to disrupt this specific draw. Oh my god. So is it delay or the Defend with Replay and Negative Pulse? I think it's the delay. And then just take a bunch of damage. Oof. Oof. Definitely playing this one. So now thinking back to the decision previously of what we decided, or what I decided, to put the Nimble thing on, I feel like I've wanted to play Delay over Negative Pulse when I did the decision to put this buff on either of those two. Just something to keep in mind. Right, so we want to shuffle and get this. Now, I could potentially convince myself to play the Veil Piercer and not have that be in the shuffle, but I think it's not that high value. Oh, I guess Sculpting Strike can make Veil Piercer be able to hit something. I'm going to play another soul. I'm going to play the last soul. I want to find a block card. I guess I found a block card. So we can give Ethereal to Necromastery and make Veil Piercer play it for 0. So that's going to be something we'll do. So we'll Sculpting Strike, Necromastery, play the Veil Piercer, make this one free. We like having that one in play. And then we want to play at least one more attack. And I guess Unleash Defend. Doing okay damage, but she's kind of mean. So let's see, is it next turn that she's going to do the buff debuff? I think it is. So given that, I think the extra energy next turn looks like it's not going to be that helpful. So negative Pulse Bodyguard I think is the play. Yeah. Yep. Blap. Pop. Slam. So just like Lagavulin from the original, minus dex, minus strength. And how do we feel about this soul? Probably want to play it. Right, happy to play the negative pulse and bodyguard. Might die. It's looking a little bit bad. Kind of want to find the delay though. Found delay. So maybe delay negative pulse past the turn. Could also consider the prospect of adding Sculpting Strike to something that gets replayed again if we're going to play the Veil Piercer next turn. But I'm going to play a little more defensive still. Hold off. She hits awfully hard, doesn't she? This defend is not defending for very much. Ow, be nice. Okay, so capture spirit for sure, then play a soul. We really want to try to kill her this turn. Let's find our Defile so we can play it with the lethality. Found it. And I think just play another attack. And hopefully this is enough and we're able to just kill her. So no point to playing the Sculpting Strike. Could play the negative pulse as we draw through the deck because we just need, because that would be lethal on this turn. We also could find like the Defile and that would be lethal. But maybe just a separate attack other than the Sculpting Strike will be enough. Let's see what we find. Yeah, okay. Found enough. Right? Because we can do Sculpting Strike on the Strike and Veil Piercer. We can do Defile. We can do a lot of things. Alright. Oof. That was close. Potion of Doom. Apply 33 Doom. It's a pretty nice potion. Okay. Well. Some choices here. Some choices here. I think these are all actually pretty good. End of Days is pretty alright. It's expensive. But apply Doom, kill enemies. Seems good. Transfigure. Add replay to a card in your hand. It costs an extra energy. It's a pretty good card. It's a pretty good card. Not so good with what we have right now, really. It's really handy with, you know, I don't know. There's that power that gives you Doom each turn, but you draw energy, or excuse me, draw cards and gain energy. It's pretty nice to give that Transfigure. It's pretty nice to give it to any of the little things that generate energy costing 0. Those sorts of things. It still is a net gain. Can be pretty nice for your high value cards. Like, for example, we might upgrade the Negative Pulse and then play that with Replay. But it might just... And Spirit of Ash, you know, the ethereal cards, especially if we're doing Sculpting Strike to make a bunch of stuff ethereal. I think there's there's a lot of value in the ethereal stuff we kind of got going on here. I think this is like the weakest card of the 3 in general, but I think with the way the deck looks right now, it's actually like, it's all right. It's all right. I don't think I've actually even picked this card yet. Could try it, see how it feels in a deck like this. I've not picked this one yet, so this is a little bit experimental. But I'm here to learn more than I am here to win. All right, we don't learn if we just fall on our face, but we also don't learn if we don't branch out. So I'm going to try the Spirit of Ash. I think conceptually it seems like it should be okay. Even though I think these two are better overall. If this isn't the deck for it, it can't belong anywhere. Yeah, I mean, you could have an even higher volume of ethereal cards, right? I mean, one we would still add to the deck again. Boy, would we still add this one to the deck. Make it block even more? Seems good. All right, let's see what our rewards are. We'll take a look at the map. Nice heal. Not very exciting from Tez Katara. And again, I think the way I am thinking about the way to approach this game is very much focus on the question marks. I think that's the way to go about it. Yeah, I like this route. I like if we happen to hit a shop in these 2 question marks and spend all our gold, we can dodge this shop and go this way. If we don't hit a shop, we can still go here, maybe find some ways to spend hard-earned cash. I don't think the Act 2 elites are that big of a deal. I think people act like they're scary, but I actually think the end of Act hallway fights are harder. I just do. They're like harder than the elites. Like not even... You know, they're like harder, like absolute value harder. I don't know. So no thought for golden route? I don't know. The single special path? I did this one time where it was a disaster. And that was enough to be like, this thing sucks. I don't like robbing myself of choices. So Hunter Killer here to hunt and kill here. See, I don't think the Hunter Killer is bad at all. I think the Hunter Killer is like one of the weaker hallway fights. You know what's a disaster? Is those 4 little bugs that can only take 9 damage per turn and they hit for 1 billion. Holy shit. I'm going to disagree with you there. Hunter Killer is tough for probably like Silent, who's doing sly stuff, Ironclad, who's just trying to get a thin deck and do lots of little attacks, and the Defect. But for this little Necrobinder here, we don't care about the Hunter Killer. So I guess starting each combat with an additional 4 energy is not the best, but it's okay. We're just gonna find a bag of prep and make this worth it. How about that? Hunter Killer could be an elite. See, I don't think so. I don't think the Hunter Killer's that bad. I think that the 4 bugs is a harder fight. Even when I was spamming the Defect. It's certainly easier with this character, though. So like, don't get me wrong. Like this guy, he's a jerk. Though it's nice when he steals something that you want to get rid of. That's kind of nice, right? So if he were to steal... Now we want to keep everything he'd want to get rid of. And let's give the Strike Ethereal. Okay, so he's got our Veil Piercer. We want our Veil Piercer. And so something of note, if you have enough Doom on him, on the turn when he flees, he still flees. Doom doesn't take place until after the character takes their turn. Just letting that be known. So we could play the Necromastery, but I'm going to try to find like the lethality, so that's why I'm playing these souls. That is not it. So now what's the play? Could Necromastery Bodyguard? We don't have that much block, and this will turn this into damage that we deal next turn. Delay is also okay, but I think this is better. It's gonna do a little flutter. So Spirit of Ash, Defile, Unleash. Could also just simply do Defile, Unleash, Strike. It'll give us the 4 block. This will give us the same, but do less damage. I think we just want to knock him out of the sky. So then there's also Spirit of Ash, Defend, Defile, which is the most block, right? That would be 9 total. That's only 1 attack though, and we want to try to do 5 to knock him out of the sky. I think we want to try to do 5 attacks total, knock him out of the sky next turn. Gives us just like a free window to not take damage. So I feel like that's the play. So, Spirit of Ash not going to get played. Take 7, but should be dead. See what we draw here. Yeah, so we good. See you later, nerd. Second Potion of Doom. Think we want the Veil Piercer. Let's see what the cards on offer here are. I have trouble evaluating this card. I don't think I've taken it yet because I feel like it's weak, but maybe it's not that bad. Regardless, I think Grave Warden Plus is better. The Soul Plus is a nice to have alongside the regular souls. There are times where you want to play just a regular soul, and sometimes where you want just exactly 3. All right, so let's go to these question marks. Oh, here's an interest. I have no idea what the right choice is here, and that's what I love. This is one of those things that I'm sure to change my mind on over time. What is best from the full, you know, what you get is you get 1 common pack, 1 uncommon pack, and 1 rare pack. Which of these 3 has things that this deck wants? Let's kind of work through some ideas, because I think this is a pretty interesting question, and I'd be curious what other people's thoughts are too. So if we were to look at just Ironclad. Gut says Iron Chad. Yeah, maybe. Right, so like what are things we would want here? I think the deck would be happy with a Shrug It Off at the moment. Actually, oddly, Body Slam. It's the only things that really strike me here. And then if we were to look at the uncommons, what would we want? Howl from Beyond is kind of cute because we could give it Ethereal. I don't even know what this card is. Do you know how many orb slots you have? 3? I think you, if it's anything like, I think you get 1. I think you get 1. Ashen Strike with Pile of Souls seems interesting. Yeah, Ashen Strike with a Pile of Souls seems interesting. We're not generating too many souls, but that's true. Right? We also could, we would love Feel No Pain, right? This card would be your souls block for 3 or 4 when it's upgraded. That's pretty damn good. Kind of rare to be offered that, of course, but you know, something to consider. And then like thinking about the rares, offering of course is offering. Feed is going to be hard to pull off with Doom. Dark Embrace, pretty good. Obviously like Impervious and all these things. There's lots of good cards here. I don't know, the Ironclad cards at a glance seemed okay. So looking at Silent, things like Anticipate are good. Deflect, I think good. Backflip, good. Acro, still fine, even without any Slice energy. Other than that, a little bit underwhelming. I guess Piercing Whale still, of course, is Piercing Whale, so it's good. Deck would be unhappy with Backstab. Expose would be kind of okay. Blur's kind of nice. Pretty underwhelming, uncommon pile. Speedster is really good, right? This is kind of like make souls deal 4 or 6 damage. You know. And looking at the rares, Adrenaline is Adrenaline. Burst is Burst. Obviously good cards here. But a little bit meh otherwise. I feel like Silent seems a little bit weak. I feel like Defect was maybe slightly better, just pure vibes, glance value. Looking at the Defect, right, those were our 3 options, right? It was the OG 3 characters. Hologram, I think could be sick. Hologram's really good. Otherwise from common, I don't think there's that much that we would want. Honestly, Lightning Rod would even be okay. Charge Battery's like fine. Would Uproar be good? Maybe. Maybe it could be okay. At uncommon... Bulk Up is okay. Maybe not that exciting. And then at rare, all for one, put all the souls in our discard pile into our hand. I don't. Genetic Algo, I think would be great if we could get that rocking and rolling. Echo Form, of course. Creative AI would be cute. I don't know. I kind of think maybe it is the Chad. I think the generic power of cards maybe is these. That's what my intuition's telling me. Okay. Maybe a Blood Wall. I don't think we would want like the Molten Fist. Even though, you know, 14 damage for 1 is a good rate. These are kind of meh. And here, like, Impervious is great. Juggernaut is fine. But I think I like Impervious better. So these are a little bit disappointing. Blood Wall is, I think, worth taking. Right, just another big block card. Or is it? I'm not sure. Maybe it's not. I don't think it is. I think I'm convincing myself that it's not. I don't think I want any of these. Here, like, would Rage ever be worth picking? I don't know. I don't think so. Burning Pact? I don't think so. The thing Burning Pact has going for it is if we get more energy generation, it can be a nice, just like draw engine type thing. Spite, I think, is just not good here. We don't have ways of dealing damage to ourselves in the same way that Ironclad does. So I guess just Impervious. And it might just be Impervious, and that's the full thing we do here. Yeah, I think that's true. So, kind of disappointing. A little bit disappointing. Your opinion doesn't seem welcome, and the statues resume their unending debate. Well. Ah, okay. The Tea Master. I guess if we go this way, starting with our deck upgraded for the Elite Fight seems pretty good. We don't really care about 2 strength that much. I guess we have a reasonably upgraded deck already. Could consider the Tea of Discourtesy, but even just 3 fights in a row is super dangerous. Again, especially the later Act 2 fights. Now I'm gonna go with upgrade the starting hand. We'll spend a little bit less gold, but not totally brick ourselves for the upcoming Elite Fight. Tea is served. All right, what's good here? What's good? What's the good word? I've found that paying very close attention to the colorless cards here is a good idea, because some of these colorless cards are just insanely good. I did a run last night. Can I pull that up here? I can. Yeah, the run last night I did from my Steam Deck before I headed home. I had this jackpot that I picked up. I was able to get a slither on it too, which was really good. But this card I sort of bought on a whim from the shop, being like, you know, there's some good 0-cost cards for the Necrobinder. Absolutely carried the run. So don't sleep on those. A lot of these colorless cards are probably way better than you might first evaluate them to be. Yeah, Jackpot is silly. Have you looked at Hidden Gems yet? That the cards need to be removed? Yeah, it's good. Hidden Gems? Yeah, that's a good card. That's a good card. Hidden Gems, so to pull it up. Let's see, how do I... Can I remove all filters? How does this work? Yeah, Hidden Gem. A random card in your draw pile gains replay 2. That's a pretty good card. Especially if you can manipulate your draw pile, like with Souls, eh? What do you mean, run last night? There was no stream? Have you played without us? Yeah, I have. I was playing from my Steam Deck. I was at my wife's family's house. Made a late night drive. Anyway, this is a pretty disappointing store. And I don't know how to evaluate Discovery yet in Slay the Spire 2. In 1, it's a pretty good card. Blasphemy, also a good card. So I don't know, a card remove is of course good. We want to get rid of these strikes. Is it just that? That feels bad. I also don't hate the Gorget. I feel like these relics that give early block are super high value. Like, one of the relics that I value most highly in Slay the Spire 2, even higher than Slay the Spire 1, where it's still pretty good, Anchor. Just 10 block on your first round of combat. There's a lot of enemies that just come out swinging. So I could kind of be convinced to even buy this Gorget. Right, it basically blocks for 4, then 3, then 2, then 1. It's not great, but it's probably going to save us a decent amount of HP by the end of the run. Anchor Light, it's nice. Yeah, like if I get to the scam shop where he sells like little mini versions of relics for cheap, the Anchor question mark, I usually pick it up. I think it's pretty good. Let's try getting this Gorget. Gorget. Right? We're getting attacked for 24 here. I guess. We can save the Impervious. We'll probably end up using a Potion to Doom here. You had Orichalcum and fake Orichalcum on defect and it was fun. Frost fun. Oh yeah. Oh, that sounds awesome. Insane. And add onto that... oh, there's like a little water bowl where you gain 4 block if you don't play any attacks. Yikes. So this guy, we do gain, you know, an energy if we do an attack. So we'll do our 1 attack. So I suppose we'll play the Spirit of Ash, Defile, Necromastery. So we'll take a little damage here. All right, so we'll block for 7 plus 7, so just 4. Kind of want to play the delay, so we could do Veil Piercer, Defile, Delay. Veil Piercer, Defile, Grave Warden, Delay. Certainly we play this one. Certainly we play this one. Even though we're 1 away from Ornamental Fan. Want to get that Soul Plus. Strategically determine when we want to draw our... well, we don't get to because we didn't get to draw it, but could have. Alright, so... lethality, strike. Let's add Ethereal to this defend and let it disappear. Yeah, probably. Any chance you can move your cam up a smidge so we can see your block numbers? Oh my goodness, you're right. Why don't we put it? Why don't we put it up here? That's probably a better spot for it. Good call, Dark Paladin. Thank you. Alright, so capture Spirit, then play the Soul. Right, because we can put more souls in the deck before we do that. Any chance you can move your game down a smidge so we can see your scythe? No, you don't get that one. My scythe is private. Alright, let's see what this soul draws. Come on. Impervious, where are you? Now, to be fair, it's not a terrible... excuse me, it's not a terrible line to do, like, Defile, Delay, Bodyguard. It's not great, but it's not terrible. Now let's play the Soul. So Defile. Did I already gain the 1 energy? No, right? Oh yeah, have. Because we played the Capture Spirit. No, I maybe shouldn't have played that other soul. So now delay block for 17 with not great draw in the deck. Otherwise could just do decent damage like Defile Strike. That'll block for 8. Maybe that's better. Right, that'll be 29 damage. Still got a long way to go. We'll probably end up using a Potion of Doom. I have 2 more guaranteed hallway fights, so really can't lose too much hit points. Oof. That's rough. That's rough. And maybe could have considered doing a Sculpting Strike just to let regular strike go away instead of the little bit of extra damage from the Strike Plus. Alright, found the Impervious. So let's put... let's see, just maybe do... Unleash Strike Impervious. Pass turn. He's hitting so hard. What is this? So can play Veil Piercer. This becomes free. Generates the energy back. Yikes. Which does let us play all these, so maybe it's not so bad. Good lord. Angry Dorito feeling spicy? Yeah. So is it worth to use the Potion of Doom? What is his attack pattern? I know at one point he'll do a like a passive one where he just does a buff up and block. Does he do that after a multi-attack? I don't know his attack pattern yet, if it's random or anything. It'd be good to know that. I know he has, and maybe that disappears, and I'm just remembering from previous runs, maybe it disappears at like Ascension 9. He has a intent where he just simply blocks and buffs. Maybe it's worth just using both Potions of Doom though, and getting the hell out of this fight. Right, already gonna take, let's see, 10? Put us down to 13? Yikes, that's so bad. Get out of here, buddy. Amethyst Aubergine. Yeah, not what we're looking for right now. These cards are not what we're looking for either. Skip. Oh boy. So here's where things could get really spicy. If we get too low, we might need to go this way just to rest. But then that feels like death. Uh-oh. 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 Alright, so we'll play the Veil Piercer at the end, because we don't need the energy. And not dead, but oh my god. Probably go for the Bullbug in the back. Can we kill him? We can. No. Yes. Yeah, we got 27 there. Okay, I guess this isn't bad. I guess this isn't bad. Turns out it was fine. Turns out it didn't take any damage, actually. But it felt scary, didn't it? Felt scary. Blap. You're doomed, Bullbug. Doomed. I do love that little animation. Second Capture Spirit, I think we take. It's a very good card. We'd like to get more upgrades. Need to hit more campfires. There's a lot of graffiti here on this map. It looks like shit. Okay. Let's add Ethereal to something, because we might be able to Veil Piercer value from it later. So let's do it onto this delay. Gonna play it, of course. Gonna play all these. And so there's a decision. Take out Tough Eggs, or completely ignore and go for the big Oviceptor. Alright, we can kill one. Blap blap. Let's do that. No hatching. But otherwise, they're gonna hatch. So that damage goes to the main guy. To play the soul or no? We're not getting hit that hard, so I kind of want to leave the Impervious in the draw pile. I'm going to play the Soul now. Because we do have the Necromastery, so I like the idea of pumping up the Bodyguard and letting the AoE damage the hatchlings. So I kind of want to play this Bodyguard. Try one more time. So if we do Bodyguard and then Unleash here, this guy doesn't get to attack. So we can do Capture Spirit, Bodyguard, Unleash there. That'll do 19. He'll die when this first one attacks. So then they'll actually attack for 8 plus 5. Which we're full blocking with Asti. I guess that's the play. So go Blap like that. And I guess put the damage here. I guess also Veil Piercer is an option. Especially with all these ethereal cards and Spirit of Ash in the draw pile. Is that better than the Spirit? Capture Spirit? Maybe it's not. Okay, so I want to find one of the Defiles. Damn it, just one. Just one? Excellent, just one. So we can do Spirit of Ash, Lethality, Defile. He's gonna make more little dudes. More little guys. So this will full block. Why is he so mean? How close are we to killing? Pretty close. How close are we to dead? Pretty close. So we can block for 25 and then hit for 25. We can block for 20 rather. Plus the 4. Plus this 4. Alright, so if we do the line Defile, Grave Warden plus Defend, so we're looking at 20 block from here, 4 block from here. Then we get the 4 from Asti. That probably will mean the fight ends next round. Would there be any other line that could be better? Could attack the hatchling. That feels risky, right? As an alternative, like what if? Use Defile to attack this hatchling. Grave Warden defend. Could get a really bad draw next turn. It'd have to be a really bad draw though, right? But that could happen. But we would get an extra soul plus in the deck. Vulnerable will be going away. Feels unlikely that that goes poorly. We'll see. This is a little bit of a greedy play here. This was a greedy play. But he's not hitting that hard, so that's nice. So Veil Piercer can make Defile free. And I think we just focus on one of the hatchlings. Well, two of the hatchlings, I guess. So if we do a Veil Piercer like back here, for instance, then when this guy does 5, nah, I guess we're going to be blocking it with a real block. So maybe Veil Piercer here. Excuse me. On the Ovicopter. Defile to just kill one. Negative Pulse Bodyguard. Maybe that was a misplay. Yeah, because this guy's gonna still get to attack. I think I screwed that up. I did screw that up. So I want to try to find the Impervious. Found it. So we'll have enough to kill next turn. I guess the Impervious doesn't matter. Maybe it's just delay Capture Spirit, actually. I guess delay Capture Spirit is better. Should full block and then he's dead next turn. That's a lot of little eggs. And do regular draw 2, and then regular draw 2. Just gonna try to find a bunch of attacks. Is this one worth playing? Probably. Yeah, I think there's enough damage in hand right now already. Whew. A little spicy. A little bit spicy. Is this a skip? Sleight of Flesh is like, okay. Whenever you apply a debuff to an enemy, they take 9 damage. I think this card is a little bit weak unless you've got ways of like applying Doom whenever you play cards or things like that. But right now, as is with the deck, I don't think it's very good. And I'm not interested in the other two at all. So just skip. Gonna head over to this campfire and take a little nap. And in fact, I think, let's clear all drawings. I think the route is pretty much a given at this point. Pretty much a given. Hey! Anchor is here! So let's take a little nap. I think we dodged that elite. We found this elite instead. Oh boy. Tunneler and Bullbug, huh? This little silken Bullbug can be a little bit of a spookerton, a spooky boy. The Tunneler, I think we're probably okay to deal with. Should be able to pull him out of his tunnel with most draws or full block his big giant attack. So I think focus all the damage here is actually good. See you later, nerd. Alright, lethality, capture spirit, and I'm not going to do the strike. I'm actually going to do Grave Warden. I want to put more souls in the deck, soul plus. Once he goes underground, block is not removed at the start of the tunneler's turn, stunned if all block is removed. So you either block through it or kill him. So we've got our Impervious. Could just play that. Full blocks, and then we'll do a Sculpting Strike on maybe a Defend, let it disappear. Then should have enough damage to pull him out next time. Yeah, have enough damage in hand right now. How do we feel about the upcoming draw? It's okay. Might try to, yeah, get to the Capture Spirit. That's perfect. That's great. So we can do Capture Spirit, Defile Veil Piercer, actually. Unless I want to do the bodyguard. Probably want to do the bodyguard, so we can Veil Piercer, then Defile. Make our Ostie a little bit bigger. Seems good. Blap. You know what's been surprisingly unplayable is this Defend with Replay 1. I've played that very, very few times. Okay, Spirit of Ash. And then let's try to find some ways to use our energy. Bodyguard Defile. Do I leave these defends, or excuse me, these souls in the draw pile? I guess so. It's possible we'll shuffle one more time. Ugh, gross. Veil Piercer Defile, Delay Plus. Oof. Or actually, do we have lethal? Might just have lethal. 25, 15, 13? Yeah, okay. Would it be worth adding a second Veil Piercer? I don't think so. I don't think so. Have some ethereal cards, and we have the ability to make more, but not that many. There is an interesting, like, I could see a lot, you know, I've not had it happen, but, you know, Veil Piercer can target Veil Piercer, so if you have two Veil Piercers, you could conceivably make a really, really janky infinite from that. And it would also block infinitely with Spirit of Ash. We'd have to get really thin. We'd have to get really thin, I think, to pull it off. But it's not impossible. Right, you'd need to have Capture Spirit or some sort of card draw sort of integrated into that. Maybe, I don't know, it's kind of interesting. But otherwise, it's another card that doesn't say block on it. This might be a mistake, but I'm gonna choose the other Veil Piercer. Again, I'm making a bigger deck than I think I usually do with this character. And 29 hit points, is that safe enough to upgrade something? I really do have a lot of cards I want to upgrade. Right, really want to upgrade these Capture Spirits. It'd be nice to upgrade Lethality. Those are the main ones. Even upgrading this Negative Pulse, I think is pretty okay. Have you gotten into the Dirge hype yet? Oh yeah, Dirge is insane. Dirge is the good. With Arrest, it's maybe possible to fight an Elite. I feel pretty good about the setup period with the Very Hot Cocoa, the Gorget, and the Anchor. Let's rest, and then if this next hallway fight goes well, might be able to take the second Elite. Or another Elite. I don't know if it's the second. What number is it? I don't know. The Obscura. Parafright hits hard, but generally isn't too bad. Okay, could kill it. And do we want to leave Veil Piercer for a draw or use the energy in this particular turn? Let's leave the Veil Piercer for the draw. So Sculpting Strike and Veil Piercer is exactly enough here, and then Capture Spirit there. Why do I say that's exactly enough? That's not exactly enough. And let's make the Veil Piercer itself ethereal. That was more than I needed, actually. And that was more than I needed. Let's try to find more cards to play. So Capture Spirit. Got lethal in hand. On this guy, anyway. So could kill, play that. Yeah, that seems alright. So got the Spirit of Ash. But taking a billion. Alright, found the Impervious. Could Impervious Bodyguard? Could Impervious Spirit of Ash too? Maybe that's better. Let's do that. Still gonna get hit a little. So let's see what we draw. I don't think we want these ones to be in the draw pile. So could Defile the Paraphrite play Delay? Leave those souls in the draw pile. Overblocking again, but I think that's okay. And what's the likelihood of being able to kill this Paraphrite? Reasonably high. Okay. Got him. It's hitting real hard. It's a very strong little Paraphrite. Okay, found Veil Piercer, which is itself ethereal. So have full block in hand. Full block and some damage. I think we don't like this draw at all. We want these specifically to not be in the draw pile, so let's shuffle now. Very nice. So we can Sculpting Strike something and then Veil Piercer and make it free. It might be an okay time to just focus on the Obscura. Right, so Sculpting Strike. Make something ethereal. Can play Veil Piercer, so we could do 4 cards. So we could do like Bodyguard, Sculpting Strike, Unleash, and Veil Piercer. I don't think anything else is ethereal at the moment, right? Yeah, no. And then could just go like that. That will be enough to not full block, but full block plus Asti damage, and then we could get enough damage that I think we'll be able to kill him next turn. Almost certainly. I think that's pretty much guaranteed. If not guaranteed, then I think close to guaranteed. I'm not gonna run through it that perfectly. So let's do Veil Piercer. Actually, maybe I should have done the Unleash. There's probably... Actually, because of lethality. I guess I can't. Because I need to play both the Veil Piercer and the Sculpting Strike. Well. I'm not sure. There may have been a way to do that differently, but I don't think so. Alright, then we try to kill. Oh my goodness. Get out of here, buddy. Weak pot, that's pretty good. Alright, Squeeze. Asti deals 25 damage, deals 5 damage, 5 additional damage for for all other Asti attacks. It's like kind of a cute card, but we don't have the Asti attacks in this deck. Generally, I think I avoid those. I don't think they're as good at the higher Ascensions, sadly. And Wisp, I don't know. It's an interesting card. I actually kind of like the design of it because it kind of goes along with the spirits and stuff. There are definitely turns where it is nice to have extra energy when we have created the souls already from like Capture Spirit and Grave Warden. But it also does get in our way until that has been established. So like on the first playthrough, the 25 cards, or 24, 25 if we had that card, most draws it gets in the way. On the shuffle, it's good. We do have some of that front-loaded defenses in the Gorget and Anchor that make it like kind of interesting. But I don't think so. Second Sculpting Strike is actually low-key a little bit interesting. Again, the idea being that if we're able to draw enough cards with like our Capture Spirits and Grave Warden from the Souls, we can use Ethereal to thin out the deck, getting rid of strikes and defends, but then also use Ethereal with the 2 Veil Piercers to play stuff for free and also make it generate block for us. We can Sculpting Strike. It's a yo dog, I heard you like Sculpting Strike situation. Sculpting Strike also pretty handy to get rid of statuses, for example, the Act 3 Elite that just put a bunch of burns in your hand. It's the only way of really getting rid of those burns and other statuses that can otherwise clog up the deck, making it very difficult on the turns where you have like a bunch of souls and you're drawing cards. This is very much going against my previously described philosophy of trying to make a thin deck. I'm very much not doing that here. I'm a hypocrite. And decided to do the Elite Fight. Immediate regret. Pretty bad in this fight. So we're getting hit for, what, 12 plus 7 plus 9? That's a lot. It's too many. 28? No, 12 plus 9... 31, yeah, 38. 38. So being hit for 38... might just use the Distilled Chaos right now. There's a lot of hits that are all good. Are there any hits that are bad? I don't think so. Streamer math, yeah. Always best to just have my calculator up. 28 and 38, those are different numbers. All 10 fingers missing. I'm gonna do the Distilled Chaos. So we played the Impervious and Grave Warden Capture Spirit. Well, we full blocked, that's for damn sure. So maybe Sculpting Strike to get rid of the defend. And otherwise, I'm going to focus damage on 1. I think the idea is lower their damage output as much as possible, while with Necromastery getting a big old Asti with negative pulse, and then we can try to either doom / kill with self-damage. Also thin our deck out. And which one to... probably should attack this one considering he's doing the buff and he has lower hit points. Yeah, let's not let him self-buff. Let's just get rid of him. 28 was right? Wait, was it? Oh yeah, 28 was right. 28 was right. Oh shit. Yeah, 28 was right. Yeah. 12 plus 9 plus 7. 28. Okay, let's play another soul. Okay, negative pulses here. Could negative pulse delay? Kind of want more souls in the deck if we're going to get more energy from the delay, though. Really want to get the lethality in play. Really want to play the Capture Spirit. Could just Capture Spirit delay. Take a little bit of damage. Not too much. Again, I like the idea of energy and draw. Making sure we've got a balance of both. Pretty important. That way we don't have energy we can't spend or cards we can't play. I also really do want to get the Spirit of Ash in play. So maybe it's just Capture Spirit delay. We do have the Gorget to give us a little bit more block, right? So it would be blocking for 13 plus 3, so 16. That one I did right. So it is full blocking. Leave that soul there. Okay. Play the soul. Probably will play that lethality, but let's play this soul. And we can play the soul plus. Alright, so we have Necromastery, which we do want to get in play, but big yikes. And really need to get the lethality in play. Well. So with the lethality in play, this will do 19. And then we can just finish him off with like either Unleash or Sculpting Strike. I guess Necromastery doesn't get to be played yet, which sort of sucks. That's a little bit of a feels bad. Alright, so I'm going to Sculpting Strike to let it defend, wither away and die. And then take a bunch of damage. Could weaken this guy. Alright, so that one's got Ethereal. Let's just do that. So it didn't take any damage yet. Alright, Necromastery is here. So, can play all the cards in hand, but can't take one down. That would mean taking a bunch of damage. Alright, because we could Sculpting Strike, put it on the Necromastery, play the Veil Piercer, make that free. So 16 plus, and then these aren't going to be those damage numbers, because that's the lethality. That's the lethality talking. I'm not sure that there's great draws here. Really want to get the Necromastery in play. And getting him to half health is pretty good. So I guess take a bunch of damage in this particular round is okay. It's not great. This guy's weak. This one, I don't think they ever repeat their intent. I think they always just choose from a new one. I guess I should pay attention to that to know for sure. Alright, so this is the highest damage attack. Okay. So could just play Defile, Delay. Defile, kill that one. Delay, still take a bunch of damage. Could play the Spirit of Ash. But I don't want to. Could do Defile, Strike, and Unleash. Kill these two. Actually, would we even have enough? So 19, oh yeah. Yes. So we'd get the Ornamental Fan proc this way. I'm not sure. We could try to kill this turn. Nope, not gonna get there. So Grave Warden, Capture Spirit. God, this fight. Get me out! Get me out! Because we're weak right now, unfortunately. If we weren't weak, would we be able to have lethal? Be close. So let's get him lower. I guess just play the Defile. I guess there's the Veil Piercer. In the draw pile. Yeah, so let's do this. Thinking about playing the negative pulse before shuffling. And I think they take their turns like, you know, in order from the determination of if one will regen. So if one takes its turn fully, then dies to Doom, will the one in the back still come back? I actually don't know the answer to that. Like, I don't know how Doom interacts timing-wise with their resurrection. Regardless, this isn't like quite enough block. For the 3 energy, but man. Kind of relying on those big 25 slam defiles with the lethality. So there it is. So we could do one here. Could try to find another. And then with Veil Piercer would be able to play it. Blap. Did not find. So could play the Defend Plus, or like Defend with Replay. Shit. Or the Capture Spirit. No, let's do the Defend with Replay. Get me out of here. Get me out. Get me out. Get me out. Don't have lethal. Kind of want to get Capture Spirit and Delay in play. Don't want to get rid of my Defiles. God, this sucks. I'm sure there was a different way or better way to do this fight. Could do Defile, Capture Spirit, Grave Warden. Could also just kill, which is fine, but just feels like kicking the can down the road. Would no longer be weak, which I suppose is good. We'd have to kill this guy and not let him be taken by Doom for that to be true. God. Maybe even try to leave him alive intentionally. Play the negative pulse. So maybe better is just like Capture Spirit, Delay. Take a little bit of damage this turn. We'll be weak. We let the Defile wither away and die, which is sad, but maybe that's okay. So it would take 6. Kind of sucks. How about Grave Warden Delay Plus? That's maybe not bad. The Soul Plus draws 2 more beyond this, so that's a pretty nice full hand. Maybe that's acceptable without needing to play the Capture Spirit. And would full block. We'd be weak again. We'd get rid of our Defile. I don't like it, but maybe this is the line that's necessary. God, why do they hit so hard? They do so much damage. Let's play the Soul Plus, see what we draw. Okay, so a lot of good cards here, like cards we can play. So Negative Pulse, I think for sure. Right, we're gonna try to get a big Doom turn, where that's how they die. So we can Sculpting Strike on something and then Veil Piercer to make it free. So how much block is in hand right now? We have another 15 that can get added. They are hitting for, let's see, 16 plus 14, which is 30. Okay, so that's still pretty far away from full block. Can play 3 attacks, which would get us up to Ornamental Fan. So with the 7 plus 4, making it 11, plus 15, 26. So only take 4. So we could leave them all alive. I think that's the way to go. Leave them all alive. Get as close to full block as we can. Or maybe not leave them alive, but just like distribute the damage such that we can just kill next turn. Again, what I want to know the answer to is how Doom interacts with their turn order when it comes to them resurrecting. And I don't know the answer, but I don't think there's a safe way to find that out right now. I'll just look it up later. So then the line looks like... I do know, yeah, I want knowledge, yeah. There's no backseating rules. Insane Killer, how does that work, right? So if we've got, for example, and maybe you'll just describe it, but like if we have Doom sufficient to kill this one, but this one's set to resurrect, does it just like go in order? Is there a all Doom, then all resurrect turns? They revive first, okay. And they always revive first? Like it doesn't matter left to right execution order? It's good to know, if so. All resurrect, then Doom. Okay, thank you. Did want to know that. All right, so I'm gonna set it up so that we don't quite kill any of them. And set it up so that they're doomed next turn. No, that's not true. We get 1 turn of where we can do this. All right, let's add Ethereal to this. Actually, maybe to make this safer, because there could be a completely dull draw where we're not able to do lethal. There's like a handful of those. Maybe it's better to do the Capture Spirit. Unleash here. That's fine. Take a little bit of damage. Alright. Well, got there. Good lord. Ugh. Pain. Another Capture Spirit? What we really need is energy. The deck needs energy. This card is good. Is it still worth adding a 3rd copy? The Doom mechanic just feels like a terrible version of Poison to you? I don't know. I think I kind of like it. The numbers are higher than Poison, though. It's a little bit Poison-like, though. I understand what you're saying. I actually like Doom. I think it's unique and interesting. How do we feel about this fight? Kind of bad, huh? No, I like the prospect of creating even more souls. And unfortunately, I think it might be necessary to rest. Doom is great as salt into your build, something. Yeah, I think the nice thing about Necrobinder is that you can mix in a variety of like different sources of bringing your enemy to 0, and they all kind of work together. You just don't like the part where they get to where you have lethal, but they still get to punch you in the face. Well, yeah, I mean that's the downside. I don't think you're supposed to like getting punched in the face. Speaking of getting punched in the face, we may receive a rocket to the face from a crab and die, unfortunately. So what I want to do here, so my goal here is get this deck so thin that if we can apply Ethereal to both Veil Piercers and at least one Capture Spirit, we can create a infinite-ish where the only worst case scenario would be after playing so many cards, if we've got Spirit of Ash in play, that we just happen to have a deck full of spirits. I guess no, that doesn't apply. I think with the Sculpting Strikes, we can sculpt the deck down to become infinite. The question is, can we get there? Again, the idea is we're going to Sculpting Strike on both of the Veil Piercers, make it so that they are both able to sustain each other. Oh yeah, we would just run out of energy, I guess. But we could play the cycle of all 3, and it only costs 1. So then that would be 8 by 3. Excuse me, 8 by 3 by 3. No, 12 by 3 block each turn. So 36. Which isn't quite enough to withstand the big rocket attack after he buffs up. But it's a lot of damage too, so we don't have to do it very long. I don't think we're going to be able to thin down enough by that point. Okay. So, definitely playing those two. So, I'm already full blocking. I'm deciding whether to play the Defiles at all. They don't create statuses at all, right? These enemies do not make statuses. Oh, I guess we generate energy with the Ninjago. And block with the Ornamental Fan. Maybe this is better than I'm thinking. I think we can get there. I have to play this super carefully. But I think this is doable. I'm going to let these Defiles run out on purpose. And we're going to try to get as many things with Ethereal as possible. Mostly these strikes, basic defense. Slowly whittling the deck down to the point where with Spirit of Ash, we've got Veil Piercers that are already Ethereal. And that's where we're generating all our block. So I'm going to let these Defiles go away on purpose. May as well do a strike just to get some Nunchaku. Okay, so yeah, this is gonna be painful. So Sculpting Strike, want to add Ethereal to the Capture Spirits but not get rid of it. Could add Ethereal to a Defend, but I kind of want to play this Defend. But I guess we can strategically remove it later. Want to keep facing this way, facing towards Rocket. Gonna take some damage this turn. Not too much. I'm gonna add it to the Capture Spirit, because I think for the short term we're gonna make sure we're playing our Veil Piercers. And we're okay with taking one down to 0, letting the other just become... When an ally dies, it gains 5 strength and 99 block, that's fine. Right? So we're going to need to make sure we face that direction. Let's play our Grave Warden. And then play our Soul. Let's play a regular Soul. Have to be careful. Need to play Spirit of Ash, and then want to play the Veil Piercer. We'll take a little bit of damage if we face that way. Have to get Spirit of Ash in play, though. That's, like, required. So let's face this direction. And not take any because of Asti. Oh, I guess take one. Take one. Take one. Why is he doing this already? Isn't this a little early, Rocket? Isn't that a little early to be doing your big attack? So let's find Impervious. How about? Easy. Streamer luck. You just say what you want and it happens. Now, we are still frail, so it's going to hurt real bad. So we're going to Unleash to face that way. And then play the Impervious. Or I guess Strike does more damage. Still take a ton of damage? Why is he so mean? At least he takes a nap. Okay. So let's play the Soul. We can at least get to the Necromastery now. Unfortunately, the way of playing all three, or using all 3 energy and playing all the cards, will be to get rid of our Veil Piercer buff. So we're going to Sculpting Strike the Necromastery. So we're gonna Lethality, right? Sculpting Strike the Necromastery. Veil Piercer, play it all. Take a bunch of damage. But really do want to get all of this in play. Ow. I might just die. Like, this is maybe just too slow. This is maybe just too slow. Alright, Grave Warden plus. I think we like seeing this. Excellent. I think we just play it. I can't imagine not playing this. Really need to sculpt more. Man. These draws are miserable. All of our gas, all of it. All of the things that we want to play are here. None of them are here. Game, please. Alright, so we can Veil Piercer to play this, Capture Spirit for free. Make it generate 4 block. And then I guess play the Defend with Replay. Feels necessary to be full blocking here still. God, this sucks. May not be able to get there. This feels unlikely to be able to get there. So we can Veil Piercer and then Capture Spirit that way, bypass all their block. So this will be 4. Maybe it's better to play the other Capture Spirit. I I think we have to gamble a little bit. So I feel like playing the defend plus is necessary here. Or defend, whatever. Defend with replay. Why are they hitting so hard? Okay, I want to try to get Ethereal on delay and to get the Veil Piercer. Alright, so we can get Ethereal on delay. That's huge. Absolutely massive, right? The Sculpting Strikes here are so important. So Sculpting Strike on delay. We can Veil Piercer, play it for free. And might still be dead. We do at least get to gain an energy after 3 attacks, which is pretty important here. So Sculpting Strike, face this direction. Add Ethereal to delay. Veil Piercer. Play it for free. Generates us a little extra. A little bonus. Little bonus. So we can Sculpting Strike something. And give it Ethereal, which will make it generate block for us. This will give us block from Ornamental Fan. We'll get the energy back from the Nunchaku. So still should be full blocking-ish. Maybe not, but it's like getting close. And we have extra energy next turn, a bunch of souls in hand. Might be okay for next turn. So we'll need to face left, and then this guy's going to do a big old attack next turn. Is it worth playing the Grave Warden here? I think so. God, we need to find... These are the cards we need to find early in the draw each time, if possible. And we're just never doing that. So play the Grave Warden so we have room in the draw. Okay, so I'm kind of thinking we want to play the Veil Piercer at the end of this turn. Because we're going to get hit by a big attack by Rocket next turn. So, we can full block here without issue, with the energy in hand, as it is now. So could potentially use Sculpting Strike just to let a strike or something like that fall off. Right, so can do delay. Do we even want to face that way or just keep facing this way? I guess we face that way. So, and in fact, could Sculpting Strike to make the Veil Piercer itself ethereal, so that it's a little more value in the future, or would I rather just get rid of the strikes and let those fall off? Might be better to just make the Veil Piercer itself ethereal. And then we play it. Because we're gonna be able to play something to face that way. Because Rocket's going to do his big old attack. And it's so much damage. So play the regular soul. Excellent. So we're going to be able to play the Capture Spirit to face that direction. Gain a little block. Play a Soul Plus. So we want to find the other Capture Spirit. So does that mean I play this Capture Spirit? Is it possible to whiff this? Yes, right? We could draw both of these two cards and none of the souls, and then we're stuck, and then we're dead. So have to play a Capture Spirit here. Still could whiff, but it makes it much less likely. Right, so now can Sculpting Strike something, and then Veil Piercer. Alright, so let's shuffle the draw pile. So Sculpting Strike on the Capture Spirit. Or on the Veil Piercer. Are you A10 with all the characters now? No, not yet. Just Defect and Necrobinder. Necrobinder? Necrobinder. It's gonna be tough to block through. I don't know, I don't think this is possible. Is it possible to do enough damage to be lethal? Definitely not. This might just be dead. There might not be a way. Right, even after finding the Grave Warden and delay. Oh, I guess we certainly can. Can live through this, so should try. So yeah, let's Sculpting Strike the Veil Piercer, play the... I guess I could just play the Capture Spirit. Maybe just play the Capture Spirit, it is ethereal already. I want to save the Veil Piercer to try to make the delay free. If we see that in hand, that'd be perfect. So could Sculpting Strike on the Grave Warden. Which would make it block for 11. Sure wish we weren't Frail. Then just have to hope to draw the Delay Plus. I don't feel like the play. Can still do this though, and then play the Soul. Okay. So found Delay Plus. So Veil Piercer, Delay Plus, Grave Warden. Is that enough block? I actually just don't know. Yes. I'm not dead yet. I'm not dead yet. Holy shit. So we just need to keep adding ethereal to things. Keep adding ethereal to things. As much as is possible. So let's Sculpting Strike the Capture Spirit. Tuned in at the best time? Hey, not delusional. Yeah, you're tuning at a hell of a time. Maybe you should try to be doing damage on Rocket. We can turn around at the end. Ryanok, hello, hello. Okay. Can use Veil Piercer to make the Capture Spirit free. Probably still need to do that. But I think I need to shuffle first. Need to get to the two Sculpting Strikes. So I'm actually going to just use a Soul. Get souls in the draw pile. Okay, so did get delay, so that's good. So we can full block here without any issue. So let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 cards that will generate block from just the ethereal, so 16. So have enough with the delay added on. All right, so 16 plus 9 plus the 4. So 29, so full blocking. So well, actually, we can get away with less. Fulio, hello, hello. So we can get away with less, actually. But I think we want to play all these. I think that's non-optional. So maybe I can keep facing this direction, be ready for rocket, do all damage to rocket. Maybe that's the play. The Chaucer, good morning. Rocket, you're so mean. Okay, need to face left. Need to find the Grave Warden. Okay, and I have to be really careful about this. We don't have much draw, like we don't have, right? All of the capture spirits are in the discard pile, so I have to be really careful about, we're probably just gonna have to play basically all the cards we see. Grave Warden is such a good card. Grave Warden is such a good card. I agree. All right, so we can Sculpting Strike a Sculpting Strike, which is starting to feel pretty necessary. Because we're going to play both of them. 3 HP and a Dream, 3 HP and a Dream. Hello, Lucid Tavi. Also want to try to see if we can kill Rocket, right? So that's an interesting prospect. Two more than we need, two more than we need. Right, so is it possible to kill Rocket with cards in hand? Keeping in mind that these are artificially inflated by lethality. All right, so we don't have anything affecting us. All right, so these are just damage as written. So we can look at them from the deck and make it a little simpler. Right, so we can play a Sculpting Strike for 16. And then Veil Piercer, Sculpting Strike, and Strike Plus. So plus 8. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be enough. Plus 10. Plus Strike Plus with the Strike Dummy is going to be 9 plus 3. So that's 12. So 46 damage. However, when we play those 4 cards, we do gain 1 more energy, which means we can play a 5th damage card, which we do not have. We do. We have an Unleash, which will do 6 plus 2 plus 8. So 46 plus 8 is 54. It's 54. You know what? I'm 100% positive that we could have done more damage to Rocket earlier in the fight, where I was being a little bit lazy with how I was distributing damage. That's too bad. Regardless, I think it might still be possible to full block this turn instead. Right, so we can add Ethereal to things in a cascading nature. Actually, now hold on. We can get Bodyguard in play and make this lethal. Because Veil Piercer can make one of these free. All we have to do is find the Bodyguard, which I think is guaranteed. Actually, we do have lethal. We do have lethal. Lethal is online. Lethal is here. Lethal is here. Because we can play 5 cards because of Nunchaku, and actually 6 because Veil Piercer can make one of them free. So we're going to make Sculpting Strike onto Sculpting Strike, play the Veil Piercer, play the Sculpting Strike, play both Souls, play Strike, then Bodyguard, then Unleash. I'm going to triple check that that's all correct, right? So this will put us down to 3. This will put us to 2. This one's free. This we attack, and that'll be the 4th attack, leaving us at 2, which lets us do Bodyguard, Unleash. Okay. The dream is alive. So we're going to do the highest damage attack, which is Sculpting Strike, which we will add Ethereal to Sculpting Strike. Or it doesn't really matter. It could be anything here. We're going to Veil Piercer to make this free. So we're going to add Ethereal to this one. But again, it doesn't really matter. This will give us our energy back. So now we can Bodyguard, Unleash, and he's dead. And then we'll automatically face that way. And this seems like as good a time as any to play a Soul. And we're full blocking, because he did gain a bunch of strength. Right, we don't like these cards in hand. We like these ones. Now we could end up drawing ethereal cards. How bad would that be? Right, if we were to draw either the Sculpting Strikes or the Veil Piercers, that's bad. If we were to draw the Delay, that's bad. Is it worse to play the Soul, or is it worse to not play the Soul? This is a really interesting question. Right, we have Ethereal on a lot of cards right now that are important to us. The Capture Spirits, the Veil Piercer, the Delay. We don't want to put these back in the draw pile, but maybe it's safer to leave them back in the draw pile. Okay, we can Veil Piercer to play the Delay for free. So let's seek some better options. Wonderful. So we can Veil Piercer, Delay, Capture Spirit. That seems pretty good. It's a lot of damage. And it's a lot of block. Not that we really need it. Okay, got a lot of energy, which is good because he's attacking for 1 billion. So let's play both of these Ethereal Capture Spirits before we play the Soul. We want to create as many Souls as possible to increase the chance of successfully drawing one. To increase the chance of successfully drawing one. Just one? Come on. Holy buckets. All right. All right, this one's Ethereal. That's good. Keep drawing until we can't anymore, I think. More or less. Until we're able to full block. Which maybe we won't even get there. That would be so depressing. Maybe need to find the Defend Plus. Good luck blocking that. Well, we might have it, right? So this Sculpting Strike, if we do it on this Defend, will replay. I think that's the key, right? Because we need it to replay. Play twice. I actually think we might have it. As much as it looks like it might be impossible. It'll be really close. I think we're guaranteed to be able to get there, even by playing the Souls. Yeah, I think that's true. So we block 4 with this. And then this will block 9 twice. Yeah, I think we get there. I think we get there. So this will block 8. Well, I guess I should do the math, right? So 9 plus 9, assuming that works like I think it does. I think the replay will make it, when it's ethereal, still play fully twice, meaning we'll get the secondary effects from it. So 9 plus 9, we have 8 in hand, or 8 right now, plus 8, plus 4, and we're not going to get the block from Ornamental Fan. That'll be blocking for 34. I noticed that 16 times 2 is 32, meaning we full block. So we can actually play this strike now, and it's totally fine. Great. So we can Sculpting Strike the defend here, play it. Excellent. Whew. Spicy. Let's play Capture Spirit. I want to just try to kill. Oof. So can Veil Piercer, delay negative pulse. How do I feel about him being doomed? Do I even care about that doom? Maybe don't. Maybe I play the Veil Piercer, delay, Veil Piercer. I think that's actually better. And yes, I let that one fall off on purpose. Okay, so we're going to try to kill. Should be able to get there. But if we can't kill, we might be able to block depending on what we draw. Oh boy, we can kill. Unfortunately, our Nunchaku is going to get fully reset. But hey, my goodness. Wow. 2 more hit points than we needed. Oh, and Neurosurge is here. Neurosurge is such a good card. Neurosurge is a insanely good card. Insanely good card. Nerd alert, nerd alert. Guilty as charged. Call of the Void is actually like kind of good with the deck right now, but Neurosurge is just simply better. Better than the run getting reset. Better than the run getting reset. I do like how Necrobinder plays. All right, let's see what this guy's got for us. Grow stronger so we can fight. Thanks, tanks. Choose 3 attacks in your deck. Enchant them with Instinct. Possibly. The first card you play each combat is played an extra time. Possibly. At the start of your turn, add a random attack to your hand. It costs 0 energy this turn. It's probably pretty good, but I don't think it is good with what this deck wants to do. I think we want to have a lot of fights that become a bit degenerate and become a little bit like what we just saw. So Queen and then Test Subject. So I think as long as, before Queen, we're able to get something that is otherwise thin, but includes as many souls as possible, I think we're in good shape. Is there a card that disables those buffs, debuff or strategy action, or the enemies always do those actions without interruption? I don't understand the question. Yeah, there's a lot of different enemies that do a lot of different things that can make certain deck strategies just not work. So you do need to have knowledge of how the enemies work to kind of create a holistic strategy. So giving cards Instinct. 3 attacks. Not just any card. So that could be like the Sculpting Strikes or Veil Piercers. which I think would play into what the deck needs to do to slowly churn out the infinite. The first card you play each combat is played an extra time. The problem is, like, per combat, we may end up with, like, sort of a... We need to just find a bag of prep. Especially with our very hot cocoa. We would love a bag of prep. Nah, I think I might actually go with the Tri-Boomerang. And I think the 3 cards we would choose are 2 of the Veil Piercers and 1 Sculpting Strike. I think that's the way to go. Okay. I've never had a setup quite like this in my runs yet on Necrobinder. This is a first. So we want to go to as many shops as possible. We want to remove these last 2 strikes. So, pretty keen to, like, loop around this way. Possibly fight 2 elites. I don't know. The elites in Act 3 can be a little bit dangerous. I think they can be pretty dangerous for this deck. The big knight who does, you know, the junk where he puts burns in your deck could be pretty tough for this deck to deal with. Like his stun, the only way to interrupt these self-buff player debuff. You see a pattern where enemies just don't attack. Just attack, but have a pattern of attacking. Oh yeah, they do all kinds of things. Different enemies. You only saw probably 1 fight, Lusitabi. There is no stun, but there is, like one of the Act 1 bosses, for example, has a ringing effect that he puts on you where you can only play 1 card that turn. In Slay the Spire 1, there's like Time Meter where you can only play 12 cards and then your turn ends and Time Meter gains a buff. There's all sorts of different enemies that do different things that ask your deck to be able to handle them in different ways. So, and yeah, there is a special card that stuns enemies. I've actually not seen it yet. Or not played with it. I've seen it, I just haven't taken it. Alright, and I guess, yeah, I think I just want to hit 2 shops, do 2 card removes. Alright, so we take 1 billion damage. Hate this. We also lose max HP from this. Damn. Is it possible to kill the scroll biting? No. Ugh. Sucks. So we're gonna lose some max HP. It's terrible. The Scroll of Biting, whenever Scroll of Biting deals unblocked attack damage to you, you lose 2 max HP. Which, as you might imagine, is bad. Alright, so we've got lethal on this guy, so let's do this. Try to draw more cards. Maybe we'll end up doing the Veil Piercer here. Okay. It's okay, you never have max HP anyway. Well, that's true. So we're gonna take damage again? This is terrible. So can Veil Piercer, Defile, and Sculpting Strike? Is that going to be enough to kill this guy? No. So can Veil Piercer here, Defile there, Sculpting Strike. Could do Veil Piercer, Lethality, which would then make this still not lethal. So may as well do 3 attacks. So we gain a little bit of Ornamental Fan blockage. And charge up our Nunchaku. Well. I will say, I feel like draws have been particularly bad. Okay, have lethal now. Got Nunchaku to 9. Have been bad the entire run. Okay, Cleanse is interesting. Cleanse can help us thin out the deck to get to that sort of infinite state that we're going to want to do when we're fighting the queen and the test subject. It's not a great way to do it, but it is a way to do it. Cleanse the defends and strikes. Also lets us cleanse any statuses that are put in the deck. Sure. I think it's worth adding. This is a thick deck for a Necrobinder. Thick deck. Okay. So we'd play all these, and is it worth playing the regen pot? Do I think this fight will go on long enough? I guess I can wait. So we'll play the Veil Piercer at the end. And let's attack the Living Shield. So, not going to take any damage. Thank you, Anchor. Now am going to take damage. Man, these draws have been just garbage. Gonna take damage. Hate it, but it's just how it is. Blap. Not taking too much. Just 2. We can take 2. Bag of Prep, best relic in the game, confirmed? Pretty much. Bag of Prep, best relic in the game, confirmed. Pretty much true. There we go. There's a big damage card. Blap. Guess maybe I should have charged Nunchaku to... Actually, I don't know that I want Nunchaku charged to 9. Since we've got this very hot Coco, I think getting it charged to like... maybe 7 is almost exactly correct. Like on average. Okay, Invoke Plus. I think this card is worth adding to the deck. Anything where we're able to gain energy will work with our Capture Spirits to enable the degenerate shenanigans. I think this Invoke Plus does help the deck. Duplicate your deck. Receive bad luck. I don't think we want to duplicate our deck. I've not taken this yet. I'm trying to think of why you would ever want to do it. I mean, I don't know. I guess that plus Bing Bong, you have a bajillion cards. And then you've got stuff that depends on the size of your deck. I don't know. I guess I could see situations or decks where maybe you'd want that. I think downgrading 2 random cards and upgrading 4 random cards is actually fine. Like if it were to downgrade things like the Defiles, that's totally okay. Have good cards that exhaust themselves? I suppose. Okay. I don't know if that was good overall. Like losing the upgrade on the delay actually kind of sucks. Yeah, I don't know. That's fine. All right, shopkeeper, what you got for us? Page Storm is here. Whenever you draw an ethereal card, draw one card. We like this. We like this so much. There's nothing else here that could possibly provide more value than this, so I'm going to click on it. So now I'm kind of interested in Potion Belt, but I kind of feel like card removal is just better. Production is okay, but not probably what we want. Production's a really good card. Maybe with the Page Storm in the deck, does that make production an easy part of a Degenerate Infinite? Does it make the deck better? We know for sure that removing a strike is good. So let's just shroink that one right out. Or is it worth keeping the gold for that next shop? I don't know. I think this production is pretty good, especially if we can use our Sculpting Strike to give it ethereal. And then it's infinite energy once we thin stuff down. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. All right, let's go this way. I think we want to upgrade some stuff. Neurosurge is not bad, but it's a good card, so we always like to play it, but the upgrade itself is kind of meh. Page Storm, this is a decent upgrade, but I think we play it even if it's costing 1 pretty much always. And I'm almost thinking just upgrading the delay is worth doing. Upgrading lethality, probably also okay. Even upgrading production is pretty reasonable. Maybe that's the necessary thing if we want to do the shenanigans with it later. Necromastery looking shit right now? I mean, it did what we needed it to do when we had it. So. Okay. Are we full blocking this turn? And do I think we'll get the full value from the regen pot? Maybe not the full value, but I think it's better than what we would find if we didn't play it. So let's attack the one with the lowest hit points. That's a lot of damage. So much for attacking the one with the lowest hit points. What is this crap? So we got 17, 17, and 8. 17 plus 17 is what, 34? And then we've got 3 and then 8. So I think we want to hit the multi-attack ones. So we can... I guess, actually, now hold on. Necromastery might be able to kill... like this guy before he gets an attack. When Osti gets hit. But I don't think I'm going to play that, am I? These turns get so complicated so fast. So when we play 3 attacks, it's like we only need 4 energy from that point. Yeah, so we can make it where this guy dies as soon as he gets in range. So what is the way to take the least amount of damage here? It's not actually a trivial question. Like there's a lot of different permutations and ways to play these cards where we take the least damage and also get the least amount of max HP loss. Because Necromastery is in hand, and the way they do damage is from left to right. So we're going to gain an extra energy. So in total, we essentially get, where like 3 attacks are free. So then we'll have 4 energy to distribute to the other cards. If we defend and negative pulse, this Scroll of Biting still gets through for the 2 damage to our Asti. Right, so then we could have this guy die from that and then not get able to attack at all. Right, so we can do this and this. This on the back. Capture Spirit on the back. Why did I think I would have more energy than this? Why did I think I could play Necromastery? I misplayed this. I thought I'd have more energy than this. Oh. I'm not actually sure what happened in my mind. Do I need more coffee? I mean, I guess at this point I screwed up. I shouldn't have played the Capture Spirit and the Unleash. I think I was thinking I was... Or no, I guess the Unleash we could play. But the Capture Spirit was the mistake. Oops. Well, damn. Regardless, I mean, this guy dies. And so doesn't get to attack. And then that guy does. Oh, this sucks. So here we just play everything. We'll play the Veil Piercer last. And who do we attack? If we do Capture Spirit on this guy and the Veil Piercer, we only get hit by that one. Although if we let him do... Yeah, nope. God damn. The Scrolls of Biting suck. They suck. Alright, found an Impervious. So, not gonna need it. Damn. Dredge. The S in Splurgy stands for Svart. Yeah. Dredge. Is this worth adding to the deck? I normally think this card's kind of bad. But maybe it's not that bad right now. Almost at any time we draw it, the deck is big enough. It's bigger than I'd like. No, I think that's actually fine. The Ripple Basin. If you did not play any attacks during your turn, gain 4 block. Could be handy. Relic Trader. We can trade a Ripple Basin for a Strawberry. So Strawberry giving us 7 max HP, also healing us for 7. We could trade the Amethyst Aubergine for the Prayer Wheel. Amethyst Aubergine has nearly done all we would ever ask of it, but same with the Prayer Wheel. Trade Anchor for Gambling Chip? Oh, these are all like the same. Is this always how this is? They're like sort of the same theme. Prayer Wheel, hell yeah. I don't know. Normal enemies drop an additional card reward. Probably done with normal fights. Yeah, Gambling Chip feels like the play. Anchor is great, and I was talking up how good Anchor is, but here's the deal. Gambling Chip is even better. And Gambling Chip is even more security to a bad initial draw than Anchor is. Especially with our very hot cocoa. So I think Gambling Chip's the way to go. Is it necessary to rest here? I want to not rest. I would love to not rest. What would I upgrade though? What does this get? Retain. Kind of want to upgrade the Spirit of Ash, but I guess it's not a huge upgrade. Kind of want to upgrade Delay. But I suppose Delay is less big of a deal now that we've got Invoke, the Neurosurge, the Production, the Sculpting Strikes. Maybe resting is just better. And then maybe rest and have full HP or as close to it for the 2 boss fights. Yeah, probably. All right, Praying Wheel got hard, and then Gambling Chip came along, and now it's all over the floor. Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds right. Let's go through question marks. All right, so we're facing the Lost and the Forgotten. All right, so this is like a great hand to completely replace. Maybe keep the lethality, but I'm less interested in the lethality. I think this one can go long. Let's just get rid of everything. And I'm totally fine with that. Why is this still garbage? At least we get to play a Capture Spirit. So let's add Ethereal to the Capture Spirit, I suppose. And do I even play the Defile? I guess so. So let's attack the Lost. Maybe I should have given it to the Defend and just let it go away. But I suppose we're going to play the Page Storm, so. So they sap our strength and our dexterity. They steal it from us. Pretty rude. All right, so Page Storm. I'm not sure if we'll play the Capture Spirit yet or not. Might need to do the Neurosurge, and I guess that'll give us a lot of energy. Maybe do play the Capture Spirit then. Dredge. Okay. Dredge gonna come in handy already. So we'll be able to play the Production. Could grab Veil Piercer, Capture Spirit. This is a pretty good set of 3 cards to grab. Pretty excellent. Production, Veil Piercer, Capture Spirit. So, we'll produce, Veil Pierce, make this free, draw a bunch of cards, only some cards. Worth playing a Cure All? I suppose it probably is. Right, because we're taking 17 plus 14. That's too much. Right, so we'll be able to block it, you know, a little bit with the Bodyguard and the Necromastery, but that's not enough. I'm gonna play the Cure All. Yeah, there it is. Impervious. So might not play the Necromastery at all. Might do Invoke, Bodyguard, Impervious, and then cleanse out a Defend? Probably just Defend. With the Invoke, we're going to have so much draw. So let's get rid of the Defend. Kept all of our Osti HP. You love to see it. So Capture Spirit. I guess we don't bother with the Grave Warden, huh? We'll probably end up playing the Negative Pulse. We mostly just want to get through the deck, which is kind of sad. Might play the Veil Piercer before the shuffle. Put that in the draw pile. guess we'll play this. So we're definitely going to invoke. We're definitely going to use production. Capture Spirit again. Keep drawing cards. Veil Piercer, sure. Although I suppose if we negative pulse by the end, maybe we do the Veil Piercer there. I guess he's gonna... Well, whatever. He's gonna steal our strength, but we get it back, right? So we don't care. Alright, let's cleanse, and we'll cleanse a defend. Blap. I have too many cards? Ah, because... Yeah. We drew an ethereal one. Okay. Give us our strength back, you fool! Okay. So might play the Necromastery now. Seems reasonable to do so. How many things have? Yeah, not that many. Not that many cards with Ethereal. So we could add Ethereal to the Veil Piercer, which would be fine. So let's add Ethereal to one of the Sculpting Strikes, Ethereal to the Veil Piercer. We'll get to the end of the draw, and then we will play the Veil Piercer. And he's gonna die, right? We don't have to think too hard about this. Let's exhaust some stuff out. Let's play this one and this one. Okay. Hold on, I just gotta check a text message. Okay. It's gonna snow here relatively soon, supposedly. And Nunchaku on 10 feels kind of bad. Or excuse me, on 9 feels kind of bad, actually. Because of our very hot cocoa. But maybe it's better, maybe 9 is better than 0. Shroud, whenever you apply Doom, gain 2 block. We don't really apply that much Doom. I think that's a good card that could potentially be a nice one before like a boss fight. You know, powers with their long-term application. However, I don't think we apply enough Doom. It does also, though, notably, right? Neurosurge, when you apply Doom to yourself, still counts as applying Doom. So Shroud does give you block every turn once you've played Neurosurge. Big brain plays. All right, so this is essentially like gain 2 block per turn. And what does the upgrade go to? 3. Probably not quite good enough. Oh, we have the cute little shop before our big shop. I often grab this anchor with 3 question marks, but I think since we're about to go into the big shop, I don't think we want any of these. Realistically, I think the play here is just remove. Though, in all honesty, we don't have any weaken in the deck at all. Literally none. And weaken is very good. I almost think, is buying a Defy better than the card remove? Is this card that good? We would have some extra gold where we could replace a potion. Maybe replace the skill pot with a block potion, but probably not. IMO best common, I agree. So here's the deal, like, thinking about the deck as it is right now, with like Page Storm, Neurosurge, we want to add more defensive things. We've got the Veil Piercers, which make us play it for free. I think we upgrade this thing because we have no source of weak. We have not found a source of weak. And weak is the ultimate block. Might need to upgrade it to be worth it. I agree, and I think it's worth upgrading. I think it's the best upgrade. I think it is the play. The play here for the deck to successfully kill both of the Act 3 elites is, I think, just to buy the Defy and upgrade it. I think that's better than the Carter move. Which feels absolutely wild to say. So maybe replace the Dex pot with Block Potion? Maybe not. I think I like these potions as is. I don't even hate Death's Door. Right? Neurosurge does say at the start of your turn, start of your turn, apply 3 Doom to yourself. If you applied Doom this turn, gain block 2 additional times. So Death's Door does currently block for 18 if we have that in play. Gambling Chip helps us do that reliably. But does it make the deck better? I don't know. Works well with the Dex pot. Right, so instead of 18, it would go up to 24. 24 block for 1 is pretty good value. But no, I think we want to keep the deck thinner, simpler, stronger. So let's upgrade, and I'm gonna upgrade this Defy. Right? I mean, is there any other candidate that would be better? I don't think so. All right, so we've got a big deck for Queen, which is actually pretty good. Do I want any of these in my starting hand? No. Big maybe for the Capture Spirit and Invoke, but I think we just want to try to get to Neurosurge, Production, and Page Storm as fast as possible. So we just ditch all of this. Capture Spirit debatably gets us there faster if we play it, but I think we want to try to block this turn too. Okay. We're going to take some damage. Now, could use the skill pot in this fight, right? Maybe the Dex pot is better suited for the, what's he called? Test subject. And this could give us block. Let's use the skill pot. Oblivion. Now, Oblivion actually I think is pretty good for the deck right now. It's not helping us block, but I think adding this to the deck overall is good. We can put Oblivion on the Queen and focus damage on this Torchhead Amalgam, and then try to make it so that she dies maybe at a similar timing. Because killing the Torchhead, like the Queen hits real hard. So even though she's going to be like causing the binding and doing all this stuff, like killing the Torchhead is, I'm not sure it's correct. I haven't decided yet. But of course, Parse is good in the deck overall. We don't have a ton of damage, is the thing. Like at all. The deck has garbage damage. It kind of just goes to degenerate playstyle of try to get as thin as possible. And it takes us a little while to get there. So maybe take some damage and play the Oblivion is better. So how much damage would we take in total? A lot. Deck dies to test subject first phase? Nah. No, we can outblock him, no problem. Famous last words. I don't know. Let's play the Parse. I'm gonna play the Parse. If not now, then when, right? Let's play Capture Spirit, see what we draw. Neurosurge, got the Spirit of Ash, okay. So feeling pretty good about our block prospects. Got our Dredge, which I think is actually quite good. So let's add Ethereal to the Veil Piercer. So we just need to make our kind of degenerate deck, but I don't know, I'm kind of worried about it. Are we really going to rely on like a big Unleash? Is that going to be how this deck works? How painful is that? Painful. I don't know. A little bit worried might be misplaying this. Might be misplaying this. But regardless, we want to add Ethereal to as many things as possible. So let's add Ethereal to the Veil Piercer. We're going to dredge up some stuff. The Sculpting Strike for sure. And some of the things we just want in play. I might do Parse so we draw more cards. And maybe the Lethality. Or maybe the Capture Spirit. Let's do the Capture Spirit. We'll Sculpting Strike the Capture Spirit. And then we'll draw a bunch of cards. I guess we'll play the Defy first. Okay. So we'll Defile at least a little bit. Just thinking if we draw something with I guess, yeah. Nothing else has Ethereal in the draw pile right now. So we don't have to worry about overdrawing. I guess play Production. And just do a bunch of damage. I feel okay about the potential binding. And we don't need to play these defends, they don't do anything for us. Calipers would be good here. Okay, so let's play a Soul. And another Soul. Anything we want to cleanse from the draw pile right now? Maybe the Negative Pulse? Negative Pulse is not that good. Let's just get rid of it. Cleansed. So is it worth playing the Capture Spirit? Not now. Not yet. I have too many cards. All right, so can get the Ornamental Fan. Rockin' and rollin'. We could Veil Piercer. Let's see, do we want to keep the Defile in the deck? I suppose we probably do. So Lethality good. Is there any way of full blocking without playing the Impervious? I mean, I guess considering Osty's HP, but I think we want to try to hang on to as much of that as possible. I think the Osty HP actually pretty valuable here. So maybe we let the Defile fall off. We just play Veil Piercer, Lethality, Impervious. How do I feel about not playing the Capture Spirit? Kind of bad. Could have kind of a bad draw, potentially. It's possible. So maybe I want to play one of the Capture Spirits. So could Sculpt the Impervious. Does that help us? Actually, not really. I mean, it makes it so we can play the Veil Piercer, but is there a better line that I'm just missing? Alright, because I can Sculpt Impervious, play the Lethality, Veil Piercer, play the Impervious. Maybe I don't care about Lethality. Maybe I'd rather play Sculpting Strike, Defile, play the Veil Piercer on the Impervious. Let's do that. So we'll make this have Ethereal. Get some spirits. Make sure we keep our Osti HP high. It's like overblocking quite a bit, which is maybe it feels bad. Orange pellets? Hello? Okay. So let's Sculpting Strike to make something gain Ethereal, and maybe the Invoke. He's attacking us for 5 billion, which I don't like. I don't like that. We're getting attacked for 5 billion now. Might... Probably not possible to kill him. We also want to try to keep making these regular defense and stuff like that ethereal. Haven't had the luxury of being able to do that yet, though. Only have 3 energy, so we have to find this production. And the Defy. Finding production in Defy is kind of critical. So is it Sculpting Strike? Put it on the Invoke, but maybe we don't. Right, so how many ethereal cards in the draw pile? Just the 2. So maybe try to get down to 7 cards in hand for the Parse. So I think I do want to play 2 cards. So maybe Sculpting Strike or Defend just to get rid of it. I think so. And then we'll play the Veil Piercer and then play the Parse. Okay, didn't draw the extra. So yeah, no way of drawing cards in hand right now at all. Damn. Didn't find production, didn't find energy. If something is bound and has replay, I actually don't know how that works. So did not find what we needed to. Pretty big whiff on the draw here. So Defile will block for 4. We're gonna take just some damage. Maybe not too much, but a little bit. So we can play Invoke, Grave Warden, Bodyguard. I think we want the energy. So only Osti HP damaged. Hello? Excuse me? So let's cleanse the strike and then play one of these souls. I want to try to give production ethereal. So let's play the Defy, get that in the draw pile. And play the Capture Spirit, get that in the draw pile. Is it worth getting the production in the draw pile? Shit, the answer might be yes. Yeah, I think the answer is yes. Okay, so let's play the Capture Spirit, maybe make the Invoke Ethereal. And then play it. I think you can replay bound spells, but cannot cast them off Sly. Okay. And the replay will happen, Apples and Fruits? I mean, just to make sure it's not like you can play them, which, you know, can play and can play with replay is 2 very different things. Oof. Okay, actually I think this is probably fine. So we Sculpting Strike the Capture Spirit, or maybe the Strike? Or maybe just the Defend? Definitely playing the Capture Spirit. I guess we don't need it to have Ethereal yet. Let's make things a little bit thin. I remember being able to get your hidden gem replays. Okay, good to know. Well, what's the text on it? The first 3 cards drawn each... Only 1 card can be played. I suppose it counts... It's not being played when you play it again. I don't know. All right, let's do the Capture Spirit, and then we'll do a Soul here. Found Production. Shit. So let's play one of these Bound Souls. Hello? Okay. Let's play the Defy, for sure. And might be able to kill the Torchhead Amalgam, so I'm actually going to get some weak going on the Queen. So let's play the Production. Play the Grave Warden. Dog shit draw pile? A little bit. So we've got only ethereal cards. So let's play this Veil Piercer and the Defile. Yeah, because that's sort of what I expected to happen. So then we'll play the Veil Piercer, and Torchhead Amalgam is dead. And then we only have to deal with the Queen. And by only have to deal with the Queen, I mean, holy shit, we have to deal with the Queen. Do we even want that yet? I actually don't really understand this fight well enough to know if that's true. Anyway, we'll defy her. Probably play the Bodyguard too. Okay, so let's cleanse out a Strike. Definitely gonna play the Evoke. Or Invoke. Maybe do the Veil Piercer Invoke. And then play a Soul. Alright, so we want to sculpt the Production, ideally. So maybe Capture Spirit Parse. Hello, Production. And play the Veil Piercer. Perfect. So let's do the Defile first. I want to get the Production sculpted. Okay, so then we can put a bunch of souls in the draw pile, which is going to be super important for when they get bound. This is a really good way for the deck to look. And could hit pretty big with Osti, but I think let's just gain more energy. Soji, could you not be so entertaining? I'm trying to get some painting done. Painting? That sounds lovely. Painting miniatures. Okay, let's play the Capture Spirit. No world where we don't do that. Excellent. Play the Production. No world where we don't do that. Play the Veil Piercer. No world where we don't do that. Where's that soul damage power when you need it? No kidding. Alright, let's cleanse before we draw with the souls, and let's cleanse out... Necromastery? Or just Grave Warden. Unupgraded Grave Warden, kind of bad. You're working on some 28mm World War II vehicles and a Horus Heresy Captain to work on. Sounds cool. Alright, let's sculpt the Capture Spirit. But yeah, wouldn't it be nice if our... yeah, it would be awfully nice if the cards, if the souls did damage, wouldn't it? Alright, let's Defy, Necromastery, Invoke. Double work, apparently. LOL. GG grammar. Oh, grammar's overrated. Who needs grammar when you can just word vomit, you know? Okay, I mean, I think the fight is actually probably pretty much solved. Just need to make sure we don't end up with a super bad draw at the start of the next turn. Which is maybe we're there already kind of thing. Right, I think there's no way this could be drawn that is bad. So I might just leave it like this. I think that's safer than trying to muck with it. So we can play the Sculpting Strike on something that we want to make sure draws us extra cards when we draw it next time. We're getting a ton of energy next turn. I don't think we need the delay. So I'm going to Sculpting Strike on maybe Unleash. Sculpting Strike, Bodyguard, Unleash. It's kind of like our only way of doing damage. So I guess maybe that's the way to do it. Blap. But the Queen is pretty good at hand jobs. Look at all these hands. Yeah. She can do a lot. Now we do have to make sure, right now we're doomed for 15. We're doomed for 18. We need to make sure, you know, we don't accidentally let that happen. All right, gonna invoke for sure. We will cleanse away the delay? Cleanse away the delay. And let's Veil Piercer the Capture Spirit. What else would we want to sculpt? Kind of whatever. All right, we need to make sure we play the Ethereal before the end. I guess we could sculpt this Defend and just let it fall off. Okay, so we want to make sure we Unleash before we draw. And have more sources of energy with the production. Yeah, so let's play the production because that's so good. Play the Capture Spirit, and I think we've got enough energy to kind of keep rocking and rolling. No, I don't think we Defy. I want to find that Veil Piercer. Excellent. So let's play the Veil Piercer to play something. Just to get it out of the hand. I guess it's the Defy. Okay, let's draw our deck. Veil Piercer, Capture Spirit. Play the Soul. She can deal with all channels. All right, team, keep it calm. And let's keep cleansing. I guess we're done cleansing. We done cleansing? Is the deck everything we want and need it to ever be? I guess we're pretty much there. This is a pretty good hand for next turn, so I think this could be a place to stop. So let's invoke Capture Spirit. Would I even want to cleanse one of the souls? I guess it's not terrible. I guess I could play the Capture Spirit instead. I think we pretty much are there, though. I'm pretty sure he's... I guess she is a queen. I'm pretty sure she's gonna die. And shouldn't need the Defy. Let's give this Ethereal. Yeah, so that we can Veil Piercer and play it. We just need to get to our big slamming hand, the Unleash. So we could cleanse out one of the capture spirits that doesn't have ethereal. Sad you didn't find Haunt. This would make this so much faster. It would make it so much faster. So much faster. Here we go. Blap. Alright, and we got Nunchaku on 7. I think that's a good number. And let's continue on to the next boss. It is Test Subject C32. Alright, cards to replace. Oh boy. So we want to play the Page Storm. We don't want to take 1 billion damage. I like the idea of Dredge. Boy. So let's drop all this because Dredge can grab whatever we need. Right, so we could Dredge the Page Storm. Yeah. Okay. Excellent. Oh, this is great. So, like, we play this one, and we play this one. So we actually do want production. Right, so this is 4 energy in hand. We want to play all of this. So we're going to do these 3. Yeah, so he's gaining a bunch of strength, but that's okay. Because we've got an impervious, so we like kind of don't care. And we're just gonna kill him. When in doubt, just kill him. Alright, so let's give this Defend Ethereal so that it play for extra. And we play the Veil Piercers last. So that we get 2 ethereal things costing 0. Nice block cards. Still full blocking with our boy Asti. Okay. These souls are very scary to play. But we're just going to try to get to Lethality Unleash. I think we should be able to do enough damage. This should be possible. Yeah, I think so, even with just the strikes. Even with just the strikes. Thanks, Strike Dummy. Alright, should we add Ethereal to the Capture Spirit, make it free? I think so. Okay, got there. Now, is there a better attack we would want to finish with? How is this for a draw pile? Not bad. Right, we got Ethereal here and here. Is there a way to draw this that's a brick? No, because even if we draw the Neurosurge, we're good, right? So if we draw all the non-ethereals and Neurosurge, we're still good. So I think we can end this here. And I like the way this draw looks for the next phase, I think. I think that's true. We don't want to like draw or defy here. So let's strike. Just bodyguard. Make it a pulse. Blah! Okay. Alright, so now he's got painful stabs. So we don't want to receive our unblocked attack damage. Can play our Neurosurge. And do we want to cleanse any of these? I guess cleansing the delay seems fine. I don't think we want to draw that. Let's play the lethality. Let's play the defy, put that in the draw pile. I think I'm pretty keen to sculpt something. I don't know that these are what we want to sculpt. But I don't know that they're not what we want to sculpt. Let's keep drawing cards a little bit. Okay, we'd sculpt the Invoke. Then Veil Piercer, play it for free. Draw more cards. Whiff. Is it possible to have a bad draw next turn? It might be. So we're already full blocking. I mean, basically. So let's do Strike, Unleash, Grave Warden, Negative Pulse. Nunchaku is at 9. Could end up having a bad draw here. Let's see what we get. Nice. All right, so let's sculpt the production and play it. Next patch adding more Ascensions? I don't know. And may end up playing the Veil Piercer at the end here. I don't know what the next patch is going to do. I don't think they've announced. And I think this is an okay draw pile for next turn. Not like I have a choice. So we're drawing that next turn. So the real question is, play the Defiles or let them fall off? The answer might be let them fall off. I don't think we want to draw them anymore. I don't think we want to draw them anymore. I think there are more acts planned. Well, I think they have planned to do, I don't think we want to cleanse any of these things. I think they have planned to add different variants of the acts that currently exist. Right, because Act 1 has a few different, like, things it can be. I think they're going to do that for Act 2 and 3, which currently don't. All right, so let's cleanse something. Like one of these. Defends? Probably one of the defends. Is that worse than the strike? Actually, might be. Yeah, let's get rid of the strike. So we want to find ways to gain energy right now. Energy for next turn. These are not it. So we want to find, for example, the Invoke or Production. All right, got Production. Now I'm going to do the Sculpting Strike on the Production. Oh, it's already ethereal. Whoops. I knew that. Looks like they've done a good job of adding more variety to the card pools. Nice sequel so far. Yes, I agree. I'm having a good time. So I want to make sure we play both of those. I want Defy and Grave Warden to still exist. I guess Grave Warden, if it fell off, maybe wouldn't be that bad, so maybe I shouldn't have played that. Regardless, we definitely want to play the Defy. So now here, maybe Capture Spirit, Unleash, end turn. Pretty good draw pile. But I guess I kind of want to find the Invoke. We want more energy for next turn. I guess let's see if we can find it. Or if we find Junk instead. We play Capture Spirit at the end. We found Junk instead. Could still seek it out. Okay, so we're just going to Sculpting Strike something we want to just disappear, which I think is one of the defends, or maybe the strike. Could go either way with it, but maybe better to play the capture. I guess we can play both. We can play both. So we're just making the deck what we want it to be, slowly but surely. Unfortunately, we don't have Haunt, so this is so slow. All right, so let's cleanse either a strike or a defend. Make it a strike. Play the invoke. Draw a bunch of cards. Excellent Founder Production. Let's Veil Piercer, and then we'll play, I guess, the Grave Warden. And play the Capture Spirit. Probably. Let's get him low, but not kill him. That's low, but not killing him. So not going to play the Sculpting Strike here. We'll just play the Bodyguard. Alright, so this turn we will kill him. So we'll end with a Veil Piercer. We want to play the Defy, so let's draw first. Like, let's shuffle. Okay, never did give Unleash Ethereal. Okay, good. Okay, so it can play this Capture Spirit and this Capture Spirit, and then a Veil Piercer. So let's Defy, play this Capture Spirit, this Capture Spirit, and then the Veil Piercer. Alright, so we've got a bunch of souls in the draw pile. I think we're ready for phase 3. Nunchaku's at 9. We're not getting any extra energy next turn, but that's okay. We at least get a free play. And then a energy from Nunchaku. Not to mention our production. Love ourselves a good production. So let's play the Invoke, and we can Sculpting Strike on the Bodyguard maybe? I think we like playing that when we see it. And probably play this one. Here we just need to block, right? So let's shuffle the draw pile, play Cleanse on something. Undeniably, we'll want to do that. I guess I'm sort of denying that we want to do that. I think we like all these cards, actually. I guess maybe the unupgraded Capture Spirit. Yeah, maybe not. So let's Veil Pierce to Capture Spirit. The Doom is counting up, right? So we're currently at 15 Doom. I think this is basically GG though. I do not think it is possible for us to lose from this point. The only way that's possible is if your boy Slurgy makes a terrible misplay. Which, you know, let's not say that's impossible. So let's play the Grave Warden, Cleanse, and we just cleanse a soul, that's fine. And end turn. I mean, I think there's no way to screw this up. I think I've made it dummy proof. Relatively, anyway. Okay, let's play that one. Get it in the draw pile. Yeah, I think this is a foregone conclusion. All right, just need to find our unleashes and then play those as we see them. So maybe Bodyguard first. Blap. Give him a big ol' slam. So let's Sculpting Strike the Veil Piercer itself, because we're always playing that one when we see it. And let's play the Capture Spirit and the Grave Warden, so that we make sure we draw favorably. Okay, anything worth cleansing? Yeah, that Defend. Get out of here, Defend. You're drunk, go home. And we don't need to cycle the Defy to play it multiple times. Anything else we want to cleanse? Just the regular Capture Spirit. And then we're just straight up there. Let's sculpt our Unleash, because we're always going to play it. And we're there. Now we just need to find the Unleash again. And it's GG. Hello? Other Unleash? There it is. And that's the W. That was a... How long was that run? Oh boy. That was a long one. Kind of long one out of necessity. The real question is, how reliably do I think I can win streak Necrobinder on Ascension 10? And I don't know the answer to that. Oof, I'm going to give myself a small break, though. I'm going to go refill the water. At least say hello to my wife. I think she wants to communicate with me. So I'll be back in just, I don't know, a couple minutes. Be back in just a moment. I've returned. Okay. Just had to consult with the wife to plan out the day before the weather turns crummy. Want to get out, get the dogs on a walk, but we've got time for another run. Oops. I almost clicked on my boy the defect, but we're playing the Necrobinder now. Currently on a 2 streak on Ascension 10. Let's see if we can bring it up to 3. Okay, so I see 2 good options, but it kind of depends on if we've got access to an early store. Forced elite fight fairly early on. Spook, spook. But I see an ending route here where we can take almost as much damage as we want. I think, in general, with the Necrobinder, the Leafy Poultice is really good. But I'm kind of concerned about the prospect of this early elite fight and what that might mean. Because I think with good, careful play, a win by the time we reach Act 3 with a good deck is, I won't say inevitable, but with proper play, pretty reliable. So I wonder if it's better to actually just take the gold, then hit up this early shop. It means not going to this cross campfire, which sort of sucks. Pretty interesting decision. This is one that, if I were, you know, this one will like change over time, and my confidence in what is correct here is basically like 0. But one of these two is definitely correct. Losing 10 max HP does kind of suck, but transforming a strike and defend, I mean, transforming is really good. I think the interesting thing is, like, you know, thinking about what it could transform to for Necrobinder. Like how, what's the proportion of things which are insane versus things that are complete whiffs, right? If we get Enfeebling Touch, we're living high on life, right? If we get Berry, but no way to generate extra energy, we're sad, deeply depressed. There's so many cards I haven't even seen yet. By not going to a shop, we do get to go to a campfire. And presumably there will be something within the first 3 card rewards or the transformed cards that we would want to upgrade. And then we'll hit a shop at the end of the act. Maybe that's better. Maybe I do stick with the transform plan. Might make these 3 fights a little cozier as well. Now let's see what happens. Call of the Void and Grave Warden. What does this do when it's upgraded? Innate. Okay, I think that's a pretty okay transform. That's a pretty okay transform. Call of the Void, Bodyguard, Unleash. We'll take 2. Got ourselves a Reeve. Can full block though. So let's do like that. Found ourselves a Parse. So I think here we just want a full block. Get a do-over. Deathbringer. Blap. See you later, nerd. Still struggle to evaluate how good Melancholy is or isn't. I don't really care for pull aggro, even though, as I've mentioned, I do like going for a defensive type of overall game plan. And the concept of like needing attack commons, like from Slay the Spire 1, get that out of your head. You don't need them. Not to say that they can't be good, but like, there's no Gremlin Knob. I might just skip here. I think the Call of the Void is powerful enough that we don't want to add stuff to the deck. I think that lets us keep the deck thin and none of these are what we want to add. Right? Pull aggro is like... It's okay, but I think I'd rather just skip here. I think I'd rather just skip here. And I mean, I will say, like, Blight Strike I think is fine. If we didn't have these 2 cards added to the deck yet, and it were just the starter deck, I think under most situations I'd add this. And let's see, full block or do 6? Do 6 and let Asti take one. Thanks, Asti. All right, let's get this Call of the Void. Unfortunately took 1 there. Sick 'em. Whenever Asti hits an enemy this turn, summon 2. Okay, got an Invoke. Sure. Don't have lethal. But he'll be dead next turn. Got him. Okay. I think an Afterlife is okay. You can kind of think of this as like persistent block. Right? So it's a block for 6, but it's a block for 6 that we can play on turns that, you know, the enemy isn't attacking and it doesn't feel bad. So I'm okay with adding an Afterlife. I don't love it. I don't know that it's necessary. I don't think I'm interested in Flatten at all. And Grave Warden is like totally fine. So Grave Warden and Afterlife, I think I evaluate to pretty similar value being added to the deck right now. But I'm gonna go with the Afterlife. Just a smidge, just a hair higher. Okay, and let's attack the front one, I guess. Let's get our Call of the Void. Play the Afterlife, and could Unleash, probably should Unleash. Let Asti take some heat here. Thanks, Asti. Disaster. Disaster has befallen me and my people. So don't have enough damage to take one of them out. That's really too bad. So Bodyguard for sure. Now it's a matter of deciding whether to do Defend Defend or Invoke. So Defend Defend makes us take 1. And I suspect after doing that, probably won't take damage anymore in this fight. So I don't think it's necessary to Invoke here and take a little more damage. It wouldn't even be that much more damage. But I think this is okay. I think we'll end this fight at 48. If that ends up being not true, I will be sad. Happy to play a Borrowed Time. So let's play both strikes here. Unleash Grave Warden to get the soul. Friendship? Potentially might not play that. I think we don't. I think we just play both strikes and then the Bodyguard. And hopefully we'll kill this turn. Unleash and Flatten. Or just Unleash, because we didn't need to Flatten. Cool. Okay. Probably no to Poke and Wisp. Big maybe on Invoke. Call of the Void does kind of increase the mana needs of the deck. So Invoke is fine. Grave Warden gives us a little card draw. Sure. And I don't think we go to a store. I think I'll hit the 2 question marks. Could end up hitting a store before the end anyway, and then we get a choice to not go if we're not wanting to spend gold. Speaking of gold, this grab the sword, what a scam. What a scam this is. Transforms into a powerful relic after defeating 5 elites? It gives you 3 strength. I'd rather take the gold. Alright, enchant a striker, defend with spiral. Did that last time. Enchanted to defend with spiral, and it did so little. Healing 18 HP is not full value. We actually only heal for 15. But I think enchanting and defend with spiral is still fine. Still fine. And I think with 41 HP, especially with a campfire afterwards, very happy to smith. Call of the Void, make it an 8. Is that the best upgrade for the deck right now? I think the answer is probably yes. Okay. Call of the Void, Afterlife, defend with the replay. That's a pretty good start. That's nice and cozy. Alright, we can Grave Blast something back to our hand. What is it and why is it the defend with replay? And then we'll play the Bodyguard. He's still hitting us for 1,000,000. Could consider one of the potions. Maybe even just Energy Pot. Keep Osti's health high. Potions were meant to be used, not to be replaced and do nothing. Dance Macabre. Do I even want to play this? This is such a bad card. Whenever you play a card that costs 2 energy or more, gain 3 block. This card seems like garbage. This is like such terrible value. I'm confused by this card even existing. Maybe there was a different version of the build as they were iterating on cards, where energy generation like was a little smoother and easier. Seems terrible. Anyway, let's invoke and then strike twice. Alright, Undeath is good. Drew a bunch of dazes. It's okay in a pinch with other powers? I mean, is it? Is it though? I don't know. Alright, so I think this is just defend with replay, Bodyguard, unleash. Blap. Most of the 2-cost cards aren't great, I think is more the problem. Is that true though? Because I think there's a lot of them that are actually still pretty good. I guess it's mostly the 3-cost cards. I think Deathbringer's totally okay. Sleight of Flesh can be okay if you've got plenty of Doom generation. Some of these other ones, like at rare, are good, but I guess that's at rare. Yeah, I don't know. For you, it was like, well, this is what I've been given, so I don't know. I think then you just say, I don't like what I've been given. All right, do I play pull aggro? I think maybe yes. Pull aggro and invoke. Playing this one's super slow, but I think that's okay. High five. High five, Osti. Blap. And do I want to put an Undeath in the draw pile? Or excuse me, in the discard pile? It's cute that they have Ethereal. I think so. It's unlikely that we shuffle anyway. Did the minion attacks use the max HP or the current HP of Osti? Yeah, so it depends on which one. Unleash does current HP. So this guy's doomed as long as we just do a little bit of damage. Or apply a little bit of doom. So we need simply block this attack, and sorry, Mr. Sunken Colony, but you go bye-bye. Okay, drain power. So one interesting thing about drain power with the deck as it is that the cards generated by Call of the Void, if we play them, they are unupgraded cards. They have ethereal, so we're kind of not keeping them if we don't want to. And this could upgrade them, which is like kind of okay. Or other cards that have been discarded. I'm not interested in Rattle or Dance Macabre at all. I think they're both not worth taking. It might just be a skip. I don't think the drain power makes the deck better, and I think the deck is fine with this. Right? I think we want to keep it fairly lean, and I think we can. So let's skip. Oh yeah. Let's not forget our whetstone. All right, so let's upgrade something. And so this goes to summon 7. This is 10 block and a soul plus. This one goes to summon 9, and this goes to summon 3 and generates an extra energy. All good. And I think they're all fairly equal. I think it's either Grave Warden or Invoke. Odo-sama, hello, hello. And thank you for the raid. Good boy, George. Good morning, good morning. Currently on a 2 streak on the Necrobinder Ascension 10. Though only one that was broadcast live. Coming from YouTube live to say Dance Macabre is super bad. The worst thing is that it doesn't even works on reduced cards. Right, because there's let's see, like Banshee's Cry. If it could still work on this, maybe it would be better. But yeah, I think it's super bad. So if you reduce flatten to 0, right, then it doesn't generate you any block? Yeah, exactly. Dance Macabre is really bad from your experience as well? All right, so everyone's in agreement. It's a bad card. I think it's just terrible. I think I'm keen to upgrade this Invoke. Invoke Plus I think is pretty good here. Oddly Smooth Stone. That's an oddly great relic. All right, so I outlined this left path thinking we would be in a little bit of a dangerous sort of situation. Now I'm sort of looking at the right path thinking the deck is pretty good at the Act 1 elites with this Call of the Void in hand. We still get to go to a shop. Right, Waterfall Giant, I think we are reasonably well set up to fight. I think Necrobinder just is in general, as long as you can keep Osti healthy. Call of the Void. Oh man, hold up. This is a great... Oh, also, how the hell am I... One, I don't understand how I'm not following you. I definitely... I'm confused. Anyway, that is an absolutely top tier emote. Holy buckets. It's in the same spirit as this one, but damn, that is great. Anyway. Oh, I am following you. That's just like a different channel. Oh, I see. You were sneaky. Yeah, I think we can fight 2 elites. That might be a little greedy, and I don't think you need to be greedy in Act 1, but it is fun to be greedy. This isn't fun, though. So gonna play the Call of the Void. And then the Defend and Grave Warden. So this will block for 12 plus 9. I guess this is fine. May end up needing to use one of these potions, but don't need to now. Could even consider unleashing here. But I think I'll full block. They don't tend to increase in strength too fast. Reperform. Whenever attacks deal damage, they also apply that much doom. Not going to be something we can play right now. Let's see. Could make them weak. Let's pop the skill pot, see what we get. Reanimate to summon 20 or defy. I think summoning 20 is just going to be better. Even though it does exhaust. So defend is going to be better than bodyguard. So defend, invoke, afterlife. So certainly playing it slow. Haunt. That's a good one. All right, so let's play the Grave Warden before we play the Soul. Unleash to kill this one outright? Wow. Plop. Invoke, defend, and then strike the front one, I suppose. They are kind of like the Louse from Slay the Spire 1, where they gain a little bit of block when you attack them. Borrowed time is pretty excellent. Do we even want to shuffle that in, though? We might not. Let's see, what do we want to have added to the shuffle before we play the Soul? I guess the defend with replay. Okay. Feeling pretty good about this fight. Sick 'em. So let's sick 'em, and then Osty's just going to give someone a big slam. 42 damage. That sure seems like a lot. Pop. Now let's see if we draw it. No, but we will play sick 'em again. Easy fight. Pop. Get him, Osty. Fortifier, triple your block. That's a pretty good potion. Mango, honestly, that's a pretty nice relic. Necrobinder's low hit point pool is one of the, you could just get like bad draws and be in a bad situation. Hey, and Defy is here. One of the best cards, one of the best commons that we could possibly see. Didn't see it at all last run. Very happy to see it this run. Obtain a forgotten relic from the past. So how does this actually work? Is this just cards, like a totally random non-ported over card from Slay the Spire 1 and a totally random non-ported card from Dive In? I have no idea what the pools are for this. I feel like when I've done grab random junk, I've done this at least twice, and the two that I can recall, I got the exact same card. I got the silent card where when you play, you just get a random skill. So I got the exact same thing twice, which might have just been a weird coincidence. Mr. Munchk, random from JEA. What is JEA? You've gotten Dreamcatcher and one more relic from Dive In. Can't recall which was the second though. Okay, yeah, Dreamcatcher. Dreamcatcher is when you rest, you can see a card reward. I guess let's do random junk. We're about to go to a shop. I like the 100 gold. Let's see a random forgotten card. Stack? I don't think that's very good for the deck. It's good for some, but not for this one. Okay. Abacus is pretty good. Like it's just a good relic. Candelabra is actually a pretty good relic too. You got Clash before? Ooh, yeah, Clash would be pretty bad. I think we want to keep it thin. And so I like an Abacus quite a lot. So remove a strike, grab an Abacus, move on. I don't think I'm going to spend gold on a Grave Warden or Afterlife. Energy Relics seem stronger than Slay the Spire 1 since we don't always have access to them from the Act bosses in Slay the Spire 2. That's true. That's a very, very good point. Very good point. I think it's less relevant for Necrobinder because Necrobinder has so many cards that generate energy. But I could be misevaluating that. But generally speaking, I agree with what you just said. Okay. So we've got our defend with replay here. That's nice. So Call of the Void, defend, and unleash your bodyguard. I kind of think we can get away with the bodyguard. Hopefully we take no damage this fight. You know what feels bad? Stack in your opening hand. Pull from below. So we're going to defy because we want to keep this in the draw. And I think we're okay shuffling and not adding a soul to the draw pile there. So I guess just strike, pull from below. Don't hurt me, Mr. Haunted Ship. Don't hurt me. Ah! He's hurting me! Stack? So I'm going to play one of these two potions. Where's the Enfeebling Touch? Right. I'm going to use the Fortifier. Unless I think the Fortifier will be a good idea to keep for the Waterfall Giant when he does a big old explosion at the end, but I'm hoping a Big Asti can get us there. Now let's do the Potion of Binding. We know for sure that this Elite isn't going to be the multi-enemy one. And would I rather do 10 damage or block for 2? I guess 10 damage. Choose the stack for 2 block, 1 energy. Okay, so here we just play everything. Haunt, Defy, Grave Warden, Unleash, and Pull from Below. Look at that. Oh, don't get our soul. That's right, we'll be able to kill him with a soul, which is very fun. Look at this. Oh no, Mr. Haunted Ship. Who's haunting who? All right. Slay the Spire, let's go. Hey, let's go. Each time you say Grave Warden, you're thinking Grey Warden. What is Grey Warden? Seance. This is a insanely good card. This card is, at first glance, who cares? From Dragon Age? Ah, okay. But we already have an Abacus. We thin the deck down. We get exactly what we want. We play Invoke 1 billion times to gain 1 billion energy. We've already won. Best thinning card in the game right now? Yes. Stack in our opening hand once again. But luckily, so was Defy. So still take 0. I mean, Asti took a little damage, but who cares? Sorry, Asti. So we will Seance something. I guess we like those cards. All the bad cards are here. Splurgy loves thinning, just look at his head. It's like Baron. Not even thinning anymore. The Bane? What? Okay, so we're going to play the Grave Warden and defend. So I suppose we invoke. So we're going to Seance, I guess, Bodyguard. Ascender's Bane can't exhaust it because of Eternal. Oh, I mean... Oh, like Ascender's Bane? Nah, we're... I mean... we're not... Exhausting is just this combat. Eternal is irrelevant. I do think that's still a valid choice, though. Yeah, sure. Squeeze. Pretty big attack. See what we draw. I guess I could have considered, well. It's no longer been considered. See what we draw with this. Alright, so we're going to invoke again for sure. We're going to play the defend with replay for sure. Maybe end up not playing this squeeze. I think we just Bodyguard, Afterlife, Defend, Unleash. It's a pretty big little blap. Seance, you're kind of here at the wrong time. Though, I suppose we could Seance away the Defy, and that would be actually, honestly, fine. And then Fetch could grab the Haunt. That's fine. So now we'll Seance... Strike? Yeah. And we play the whole hand. High five? I like high five just because it says high five on it. So if we play high five and unleash, we will get him past his 75% threshold. I kind of want to play the invoke though, if possible. I guess if we don't play the invoke, it's fine. It's a lot of damage. We'll leave those souls in the draw pile for when we shuffle. Spirit of Ash. Okay, that's actually pretty good for the deck right now. So let's play it. And let's fetch. Play another high five, keep him vulnerable, and keep that soul for the draw. But I don't think we're maybe going to draw at all. And if we do, it's kind of a whatever draw. Alright, let's Seance this stack. Get out of here, stack. Book of 5 Rings. Every 5 cards you add to your deck heal 15 hit points. Okay. Alright, Debilitate is quite good. Debilitate, making the weak applied from Defy better is pretty good. No Escape can be good if you've already got some Doom. We have none. And Reeve, I think, is, whatever. So let's grab a Debilitate. It's a good card. Making the enemies weak even weaker is pretty good. It's not the most impressive upgrade, but probably we upgrade either the Seance because the Soul Plus is pretty good. Or the Defy. I think the Defy is just the call here. And I'm feeling pretty good going into this fight. So the Waterfall Giant, he's just going to slowly pump up his power. Stack here in our opening hand again. So he's going to be making a giant explosion that we're going to have to deal with at the very end. So it'll be very carefully decided when exactly we kill him. Killing him with Doom is kind of nice because you get like an extra turn of preparation. Okay, so Debilitate's good here. It will actually lower his damage. So I kind of want to do the Scourge. There are some things we'd be disappointed to draw. Okay, that one's fine. So let's Debilitate and then Grave Warden. So we're going to try to let Asti just keep growing. Ooh. We like Page Storm. We like Page Storm. How many ethereal cards are here? A few. I'm going to Page Storm and then use the Soul. We'll gain block from the Abacus. Nice. Okay. So now we can Seance, a Defend. I think this is pretty much in the bag. And we definitely want to play the Invoke, because we just need and want energy. And could play the Afterlife. Exhausted, and I think that's okay. Call of the Void gave us Call of the Void. Yo dog, I heard you liked Call of the Void, so I Call of the Voided your Call of the Void. Struggled to even say that. And what do I want to put in the draw pile? Maybe none of this, so I'm going to play the Soul now. Excellent. We want to make sure we're invoking as much as possible. We just want that sweet, sweet energy. So I'm going to play the Call of the Void. Sure. We're going to play the Debilitate, keep him very debilitated. We're going to play the Defy because we want that back in the deck. We're going to play our Invoke because we want energy for next turn. We're going to play an Unleash because we need to start doing some damage. And we may as well play the Grave Warden and give ourselves a Soul. This guy heals as well. This guy does heal as well. Necromastery and No Escape, both not that exciting, though No Escape is like a potential way of kind of killing him. That's just going to keep amplifying. Actually, I think that's pretty okay. Could play the stack here, and then when we play the Soul, can we Seance our stack? Hey, get out of here, stack. We hate you. So let's invoke Necromastery Bodyguard. Just making ourselves a big ol' Asti. One big ol' Asti for when the Steam Eruption eventually comes a-knockin'. Okay, because we have Page Storm, adding Sculpting Strike to something seems pretty good. And I'm gonna add Sculpting Strike to No Escape. Oh, it already has it. It already has it. Just kidding. I'm dumb. But we'll give it to Grave Warden. And I'm going to play the No Escape, because that keeps increasing how effective it is. Definitely going to Invoke. Going to Debilitate, and then... I guess if Grave Warden fell off, it's fine. But nah, let's keep it. Happy to play a Borrowed Time. Happy to seance a Bodyguard. See you later, nerd. We have extra debilitates. We're extra debilitating. Let's play the no escape. Let's make a defend ethereal so that it disappears at the very end. And feeling pretty good about where we're at right now. It's extra debilitated. Unleash, and I suppose let's take 0. We're just gonna make him doomed. Reanimate kind of good here. Totally fine with that. Just make ourselves have one big old Osty. Look at him go. Blap. Yeah, Waterfall Giant is doomed. So we can Spirit of Ash, we can no escape. Yeah, he's... We'll seance something. I guess debilitate. And invoke. Borrowed Time to Afterlife. Anyway, it doesn't matter because he's not going to get through our Osty. No matter what happens here. So we get a full turn of him being stunned. None of this matters. We don't actually have to play a single card, and then we don't have to play a single card again. So he's going to blow up for 44? We don't care. Because he's just going to hit our big ol' hand. Okay. Ooh, okay, this is an interesting decision point. So Hang is a very powerful card at getting to absurd damage, right? So it deals 10 damage, double the damage all Hang cards deal to this enemy. So it goes from 10 to 20 to 40 to 80. We know our powers of 2 here. Scaling looks crazy on that card, yeah. At least I think that's how it works. I'm pretty sure it's 10, 20, 40, 80, 160, 320. I think it doubles and then doubles the double, not doubles the original. I don't think it goes 10, 20, 30, 40, etc. I don't think we need a second Seance, though. I think it's a great card. It's an absolutely wonderful card. But I think a Hang getting introduced is pretty good. It makes it so that we don't have to absolutely painfully create super long combos. So let's do that. All right, let's see what we got here. From our good buddy Pale. I think Pale's one of the best starting dudes, though I don't love these options. I like Hang if you need a damage solve for bosses. The thing is I don't feel like you ever need a damage solve for bosses. No, that's not true. I mean, that's not really true. I'm going to immediately take back my previous statement, but I think it's... You mostly just want to stall. Oh no, he's melting. It's true. He is melting. Now, my favorite one is Pale's Wing, where you give him your card rewards, especially with Necrobinder, because we're so often going to skip, and then you just get relics. I don't love these options. These are actually pretty bad. Pale's Eye, I think we're never going to bother because we have a innate Call of the Void. And I think we just pretty much always want to play that. So it's unlikely we get value from this. Though it is the first time each combat you end your turn without playing cards, so it's not necessarily the first time. Right, it could be the second turn. But it feels like you usually want to get value from that the very first opening hand. Is most likely when you would gain value from it. Not that it couldn't be later, it certainly can be. Removing 5 cards from your deck after combat, randomly add 1 back upgraded is like, I actually don't think that's like that good, just in general. Wing plus Prayer Wheel is yeah, Wing plus Prayer Wheel, hell yeah. Removing 5 cards and adding them back upgraded is honestly kind of bad. We could have Hang be one of them because we just need it to come back in time for the boss. And Are we guaranteed to do 5 combats? Let's see. Because we definitely want hang back before we fight the knowledge demon. And I'm still sticking to my philosophy of dodge as much as possible, because I think that's correct. Have 269 gold. How are we against the Act 2 elites? Probably pretty good. Depends a little bit on Call of the Void. Depends a little bit on which cards we get rid of. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, probably 5 combats by the end. And we could guarantee a 5th combat if we needed to, in case we didn't get back hang by that time. The thing is I don't think the Pale's Tears is that good. It's okay. Maybe I'm underestimating it. And Pale's Tooth is like fine. Especially since we've got the Call of the Void plus. Like it, the deck can function fine without, like, our gas. Like it can function fine just then. I guess I'm gonna go with that one. So I am gonna choose the hang because we want that upgraded before the final boss. And I think we want to keep the Seance. And what else? The thing is like, you don't want to get rid of your, like, high value cards. Like, I wish, you know what would make this really good? Is if you could choose whether you wanted them back or not. I guess that would mean we would just literally grab all the strikes and defends. I guess, all right, maybe that's dumb. Yeah, bro's just out here giving us his body parts, yeah. Let's get rid of this. It might be better by the time we get it back. We'll have more cards. And it's probably going to be slightly better than a defend as far as a target for removal at a shop. Debilitate is not that good of an upgrade. It's not even that good of a card. I kind of want to keep this in the deck for now because I think its value goes down. Yeah, Grave Warden becomes 10 block and a soul plus, which is like fine. The thing is the Act 2 hallway fights are kind of spooky. It's pretty greedy to do Grave Warden in this defend. But I think we can get away with the greed. So we got a nice thin boy. I want to invoke here. Want to have energy for next turn. Invoke, defend. Hate it. But I think that'll mean we don't take any more damage. I think it'll just be the take 8. I don't know. Do I think I can greed this? Maybe can. Let's try to just take 3. Let's see if that's possible. Well, this is bad. Debilitate Defy, at least he's weak next turn. And negative pulse, or let it just... Yeah, no, we strike. I was thinking if we wanted to be able to draw that. Alright, so let's Seance a... strike? Defend, invoke, and let's unleash. I'm gonna let the Dirge go away, actually. I like Dirge. Like, don't get me wrong, Dirge is a great card. But Neurosurge, my beloved. All right, so let's play the Defy. Make sure that's been applied to him, and actually maybe screw it. Let's debilitate him. All right, I think it's been done. No longer taking damage this fight. All right, so was possible to only take 3. Thank you, Neurosurge. Neurosurge MVP. Wow. You can see how the deck almost functions better the smaller it is. All right, so we almost like don't want these cards back, which I think is our sign. We just skip. We don't want this crap. This is crap. Grave Warden's fine, but we don't want it. It's just the turn 1. Turn 1 taking 1 billion damage. This is why I love me an Anchor. By the time you hit Ascension 9, I think the Anchor goes up way high in value. All right, Seance of Strike and take a bunch of damage. Could potentially Fortifier it. I'm going to. That might feel like terrible value, and it is. What you gonna steal? Debilitate. We want that back. All right. Invoke for next turn. Lethality, Defy, Invoke. Hopefully we'll have enough attacks. End of days. Okay. So he only takes half damage from attacks. Bodyguard, Invoke, End of Days, stack? Dude might just steal that. We might be okay with that too. All right, Putrefy is good. We like Putrefy. Let's not shuffle in our Defy. Ooh. Gonna say on something. Make it the stack because we're not doing anything. And I think we're gonna kill him next turn, so I think we're good. So we'll Putrefy. Actually might not play the Defy. Because I think we'll be able to play End of Days and he's just dead. Yeah, so we got him. So let's let the Defy fall off. He's dead. So we'll be able to do Unleash End of Days. See you later, nerd. And I think we do take the Debilitate back. It's pretty good, right? Making the weak applied from Defy even better. And potentially, you know, we're potentially pretty happy with Vulnerable, especially with our Hang card that we're still waiting to get back. All right, so here we can get a Borrowed Time. Borrowed Time's pretty good. I don't think we want a delay. I'm not 100% sure we want the Borrowed Time. Might not want the Borrowed Time. I don't think so. It's a good card, but I don't think it's necessary. The deck doesn't need it, so let's not grab it. Okay. Thanks Defend Plus with Replay 1 being here. Call of the Void. Defend. And Bullbug Nectar will do a buff later, which will be a problem. Could Potion of Doom this guy and just make him dead? Honestly, kind of tempting. Trunk. Okay, let's Seance to defend. Invoke. Strike and Blightstone this guy in the back. Stack worthless as always. 5 billion damage currently being applied. Let's see what the soul gives us. Nothing. So we can debilitate and defy the back guy. Strike him to kill him by the end. I guess we're good. Alright. So again, my whole goal with these fights is just like end them with reasonable piles of health. And do I Seance the Unleash? I guess not. Seance is ethereal, so like you have to be careful about what your draw pile looks like when you have it out. But I'm okay with letting the Seance go away. We just play the Unleash. Blap. Alright, we got our hang back. Now is upgraded. Beetlejuice. Is it worth grabbing a second Defy? Honestly? Maybe. Pretty good card. Honestly, Defy plus Debilitate is about all the block we will really need for basically the whole run. Especially with our Abacus here. Getting another Defy in the deck increases the chance that we're able to block successfully on turn 1, which is what matters most to us. Yeah, sure. Chompers? Ugh. Alright, Invoke. Defy, and who do we defy? The front one or the back one? Let's just do the back one. Not gonna play the hang quite yet. Take a bunch of damage on the first turn. Cleanse. Cleanse and defend? Look at him shake. I know, they kind of remind me of anyone ever watch or play Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles games of any kind? They were like little chomper dudes. Mousers? Were they called Mousers? They might have been called Mousers. Let's get rid of the strike. We were able to block fully here, but maybe don't like that. Reminds you of stupid chihuahuas. Dude, I love chihuahuas. They're sassy. I like that about them. So let's see. My draw pile is empty. My draw pile is empty. So we can end up with the Debilitate on this back chomper if I want. I think it's actually probably better to just Unleash instead. But I think I'm gonna defend still. Maybe not. Maybe it's Defy, Debilitate, Unleash. They alternate who's attacking. Let's keep that in our draw pile. Sculpting Strike. Hello? Take a little bit of damage here. Soulstorm. Alright, so we're gonna double defy the bat guy, I guess. How likely are we to kill him? I guess not that likely. Let's do the defy here, and then here. And Soulstorm him back there. So get rid of one artifact charge, but make sure this guy's weak for this attack. Alright, so got there. So we can at least kill. Probably just do. Yeah. Might take some damage in this turn. So we can Bone Shards, then Bodyguard. We can Bone Shards. Yeah, this is good. Bone Shards, then we can Bodyguard to gain him back. Hey, would you look at that? We can cleanse ourselves a Daze and Defend by seancing one of them away. I guess maybe I should have made it the Defend. Okay, let's see what this draws. Okay. So we'll debilitate so we can... I guess it doesn't matter now. So we'll divide. So we debilitate. And we'll Sculpting Strike away a defend. Can we avoid taking damage? Let's see. Oh my god. Dance Macabre, you're useless! Alright, gained our Grave Warden plus back. Lethality. Now, the Lethality is still an okay card as well. Again, Lethality plus some form of Vulnerable will make Hang become pretty quickly quite out of control. Now, it's not a card that says block on it. And as you can see, even from that fight, you know, we took some damage, right? We took like 20 damage from that fight. So anything that doesn't give us block or give us max HP, we kind of don't like. Might not be necessary. Probably is not. Probably this is just a skip. Keep it thin. So heal for 21. I think we can upgrade. We can always heal at this campfire if needed. I don't think any hallway fight would ever bring us down from 39 to 0. So what do we upgrade here? Probably just the other Defy? I mean, seems pretty good to me. Seance giving a Soul Plus is actually pretty sweet as well, because we pretty much always want to Seance. And card draw is pretty high value, but let's do the Defy Plus. And go shopping, where we see nothing, just garbage. Toolbox is actually okay. Still good, just like it is in Spire 1. But kind of a disappointing shop. Card remove is here, though. And that's what we care about most of all. So Carter move and leave. Feels like that's probably the play. Any world where I'd want to purchase a potion? Maybe. Any world where I'd want to go to a second shop? Maybe, but we've got 4 question marks in a row where there's a decent chance of one of those being a shop. So let's hang on to our gold. All right. Defy Plus. Doing work for us. So we're going to call the void because, you know, feels pretty necessary. And then still full block once we consider Osty's HP. All right, so I'm going to hang this tunneler. And then invoke Seance Bodyguard. This Seance is where Seance Plus would look really good. Technically could whiff here. I guess we'll hit the Ascender's Bane. And if nothing else, we've got actually a good stack here. A stack that isn't totally worthless. So is it worth playing the stack before we draw, before we shuffle? I suppose it probably is. Could even consider doing the Unleash and Flatten, because if we draw those, it's actually fine. Right? Because we're doing 25 damage, and then if we draw either of those two, it'll do the trick. So I suppose... But I'm not going to play the Defend Plus with Replay. Wow. Is there any draw that exists where we can't break him out of his tunnel? If we got Stack and Invoke and Seance, Defy and Grave Warden, or Bodyguard. So there's a possibility. So I suppose I'll weaken him instead of the Bullbug. That's pretty unlikely though. I think I'm just gonna weaken the Bullbug. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so let's Seance a Strike. And we'll go ahead and Unleash on this boy. Grave Warden and then just Dirge for 1. Or could Dirge for 2. Putting more souls is pretty good. We're okay with Osty getting smacked there a little bit. So we're going to play the Hang. Going to play it on this guy. Probably. See what we draw. Alright, so we're going to Defy, then Invoke. So we're going to Defy this guy in the back again. And they're attacking for 19, which, you know, Osty's still going to be alive. We're going to gain a bunch of energy. We can hang this guy for 52. Pretty good. Flap. Seance a Defend. Grave Warden, Defend. I guess I'm not even going to play the Dance Macabre. Don't care about it at all. I'd rather just Dirge. And ending this fight without taking any damage. Pretty nice. Let's try to find our Invoke. And we just need to hit him with some attacks. Hang is an attack. Okay. Debilitate and Unleash our attacks. Fairy in a Bottle. That's a very nice one. And we don't care about any of these. I did grab Eidolon in one run as I was moving up the Ascensions, and it was good in the deck I had it in, but it feels pretty narrow. Like, it feels like it's mostly a little bit of insurance against fights that create statuses. I wouldn't worry too much about the clause of getting intangible. All right, let's upgrade Seance. Arachnid Acupuncture. Remove 2 cards from your deck. Don't mind if I do. Hell yeah. Remove a strike and a defend. Get out of here. Be gone. Procure 1 uncommon potion, I suppose. But I think I'd rather have the beetle juice than the fish oil. Not removing dance? Oh, like stack? Dance Macabre was added to the deck via our Call of the Void. So it was just a temporary card that was added. It wasn't added permanently, it was added just for that fight. Because it only adds cards to your hand, not adding cards to your deck. Ooh. We don't have a way of removing cards before the fight, or before the boss, so we cannot do resist. We will simply enter our perfect man-sized hole. So, if this would be shuffled into your draw pile, place it on top instead. I feel like Seance is the perfect card for that. We never want this to be on the bottom of our deck, ever. So I feel like it's just always the Seance. That's a pretty nice one to give perfect fit. Honorable mention for Hang, because we want to play it like once per draw, but this is just better. That's actually quite good. Squash is fine. We're fine making enemies vulnerable with Debilitate. So sure, this isn't a terrible card to add to our deck. Squash goes hard. Squash is fine. And I think we can upgrade here. I don't think we need more turns of vulnerable, more than we need more turns of the Debilitate being implied. Could also just upgrade Bodyguard. But that might even be a candidate for card removal eventually. So let's do Debilitate. And I feel pretty good about this fight. So let's do Call of the Void, Hang, and Grave Warden. Make a choice. At the end of your turn, take 6 damage. Sure, I don't care. We're going to full block it anyway. End of days. Probably no end of days. So we're going to Seance something. I actually might make it the Unleash. I think the stack may end up providing more value than Unleash. We're just going to play Hang every time we see it, and we're going to try to cycle through the deck as fast as possible to play only Hang as our only attack card. Honestly. I think that's all that we really need to do. So let's Seance the Unleash. I think I'd rather have stack. That feels weird to say, but I said it. I said it and I meant it. So now if we play Defy and Invoke and Bodyguard, we do take a little bit of damage. Is it necessary to play the Beetlejuice here? It probably isn't. But let's make him very small. All right, so we're okay playing these 3 cards kind of at the end, so let's do the Soul Plus. We're gonna Seance away a Defend. Or the bodyguard. See you later, bodyguard. And let's see what we draw here. Okay. So we're gonna squash, then debilitate, I suppose is the order. I'm gonna play both of the Defies. I think we want to keep those in the deck. Then the Afterlife. And do I even play the Reeve? I think so. I want to put the Soul in the draw pile just so we can play Hang before we draw. Right, so the idea here is play Hang, put it in the discard pile. That's why I got us to exactly 5. And then we can play these other cards. Like we can play this Soul. Love that Seance is always on top. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. So we're going to want to re-squash. Or are we even going to need to? He's feeling pretty dead. Right? I think we just want to invoke and then hang. And we've pretty much got him there. Alright, so let's Seance away. I suppose the stack now. Hang doing 104. Let's see if we can get to the squash. Squash. Okay. Just whap. 208. See you later, nerd. Skip? I think this is a skip. I think this is a skip. The deck doesn't want or need any of these. This is a skip. Skipping rare reward. Skipping rare reward. These are all completely unnecessary. Skip. You may cook at rest sites. Remove 2 cards from your deck and gain 9 max HP. Have I ever seen this? At the start of your turn, gain 7 block. Okay, that's pretty good. And Tank's Whistle. Deal 33 damage, stun an enemy, exhaust. Stunning an enemy is pretty good. End is great in Act 2 and Act 3 it's mid. Yeah, End of Days, I agree. I agree. Yeah, all 3 options are great here. Deck ain't got shit to cook. Defend and a bodyguard, and then Afterlife, stack. We could cook twice pretty happily. We would cook twice very happily. And max HP is pretty good. So who are we facing? Test subject and then the queen. The queen could kind of be a problem unless we find more souls generation. Or we find, oh, what is the card called? It's the one where you're a book nerd. Not Parse. Where's the Page Storm? Page Storm would be very welcome. So I kind of want to find more shops. Are these the only 3 shops? Scammed. want to find shops and see card rewards just for Page Storm. So maybe the route looks... like one of these two. These are all fine. Maybe the Psy is just better. At the start of your turn, gain 7 block. It's a lot of block. And we still basically only have 3 energy practically every turn unless we have Invoke going. And the 7 block goes hard when we have Debilitate and Defy on the enemy. We don't have a ton of like huge block, but we have a lot of like ways of making weak huge. I guess I mildly prefer the Psy. The card removes are fine, but they're not crazy high value. Stunning an enemy is fine, but 33 energy is kind of a lot to ask. He's probably going to play the weak pot. Will it be necessary? Let's just press the buttons and see. Yes. So does the weak pot go harder on the back guy? I guess it does. Because this would go down to 8. So I guess it's the same. Alright, let's Seance the stack and take 1 billion damage. Or the Hang. Maybe the Hang. Okay, am full blocking. God, these guys are such meanies. All right, Oblivion's nice. So we'll be able to Doom one out basically entirely. And so probably Doom one that has extra strength. So I guess this one. So we're going to defy the front one. And do I play the Unleash? Maybe could kill this one by the end. So let's try. We're going to Seance a Defend. Yes. See what we draw. Okay, probably play the Grave Warden and get another soul. Could play an Oblivion again. Maybe on the front one this time when we try to kill this middle one. We can't kill the middle one. We're not drawing any more cards. Well. So let's see. Are we able to kill the back one by the end of it? He has 21 Doom, so we need to add 13 more. Which would mean playing 4 cards, which we are going to... It would mean playing 5 cards. So I'm going to actually Oblivion him again. Unless I were to do it here and then... No. Oh, I guess this one plays twice. Hold up. This Defend plays twice. So actually, I don't need to. Haha! I solved the riddle. I solved the riddle! Plus, we're blocking for 5 billion anyway. That's right, I counted 5 billion. Yeah, let's just squash this guy like a bug. Okay. The fight is over. We just need to find some form of attack. Or 2 of them. Shroud. Nope. Right hand. Right hand hand? Yeah, that's a great name for a card. That didn't stick with me the first time I read it. I just read it as right hand. It's right hand hand. And calcify. All bad. Skip. Don't want to add a clumsy to the deck. So this or that, we'll go with this. Gain a little bit of gold, take a little bit of damage. Okay. Do we let the Defy wear off? Or do we want to make sure he's weak next turn? Could there be a bad draw where we feel really bad about him not being weak? I suppose. Sturgy Love's taking D. Defense? Yeah, defense. Damage? No, defense. Alright, does Sculpting Strikes do anything for us? Not really. So let's squash, then debilitate. Try to find our hang. Could play the stack now. Sure. Let's Seance a defend. And then just play all of these. Page Storm! Page Storm has arrived. Alright, so we're just going to be able to kill him on this turn. Because Page Storm, pretty good. So let's squash him so we can hang him. Sounds pretty brutal. Because it is. We don't need the debilitate anymore. Just need to draw cards till we find our hang. He is doing an awful lot of damage, so I sure hope we have it right. Yeah, sure do. Afterlife Plus, not going to be even worth adding to the deck. It doesn't really hurt it to add it, but it doesn't really make it better. So I think this is just a skip. We are facing the Queen as the second fight. So like a slightly thicker deck is not the worst if it's high value things like Afterlife Plus. Mostly we want to find ways of making more souls. I would still like to do card remove for like defend. I'm still gonna skip. Still gonna skip. Duplicate your deck, receive bad luck. Interesting. Is duplicating the deck okay? So I was saying how we wanted it thin, but we want it thin because we want to be able to accomplish the things we want to accomplish. It makes stack better. It makes Seance better. Both Seances. Seance will pretty reliably be able to hit bad luck whenever we draw. Right, we get the double to hang. It basically, it helps against the Queen, is the thing. But bad luck is very bad. At the end of your turn, if this is in your hand, lose 13 hit points. So notably, there's a phrasing here. All right, so if we look at the curses, there's take damage and lose HP. These are different things, right? Taking damage is blockable. Losing hit points is not, and it does not go to Asti. It goes directly to the Necrobinder. So don't have any ways of getting rid of it other than the Seance. The Seance is it. So we can pretty reliably hit it on the shuffle, but we will never be able to hit it. Well, not never. We will Definitely not never. We will sometimes be able to hit it before we draw it. Otherwise, downgrading 2 random cards, upgrade 4 random cards. Does that just upgrade basically the whole deck? Pretty close. It makes the whole deck upgraded except for 1 card. I think it's worth duplicating the deck. Would Sculpting Strike remove it before the damage proc? No. If it works like other... So I've tried using Sculpting Strike on burns, for example, and you take the damage, then it disappears. I assume this would work the same way. No, let's duplicate the deck. Book of 5 Rings made us heal an awful lot. Oh boy. Okay. So let's upgrade a card in our deck. One of the squashes? Now I kind of wish I'd be cooking. So very low priority for campfires. Let's go to this elite fight. All right, we're gonna Seance, and we are always going to Seance the bad luck. And we're gonna take 1 billion damage. Our opening hand is kind of worse in a sense. So, hindsight 2020 and all, but Cook would have went hard. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know the rewards and events well enough to like properly plan around them. We also do make Abacus worse by duplicating the deck. However, I'm still okay with the decision. It also makes the variance maybe go up a bit. Because like 1 copy of something per draw. But I think this will help us against the queen. So I'm not going to play the squash quite yet. I think this is the doubled defend, afterlife, and then just get hang to get a little more damage on that. I think I like the security of this. But after removing some cards, it'll be better? Is that true? Maybe. All right, Oblivion, pretty good here. So we're going to invoke, defy, defend with the extra fancy stuff. Or would I rather just Grave Wardens and get the Soul Plus in there? Maybe get the Soul Plus in there. Okay, what would we Seance here? Unleash? Probably Unleash. Shrink. So then we defy. We can Sculpting Strike the defend to make that go away. And then play time's up. Because it exhausts, so this is the same as playing it or not. Hopefully can avoid taking any more damage in this fight. Unfortunately, invoke all the way down there. Invoke, hello. Okay, so let's see. Debilitate making weak better is pretty much necessary. Am I gonna play a squash? Unsure. Stack pretty good here. We have another defy in the draw pile, so I'm not worried about reapplying weak necessarily. So maybe debilitate, squash, stack? Oh, I should have done squash first. Should have done squash first. That was a misplay. Small amount of damage, but some damage lost. So I'm going to play the Invoke and then the Soul. Not sure if I don't want to put the Undeath in the discard yet. So let's play both of these Seances. Get rid of a Defend, get rid of one of the Bodyguards. So here I'm going to make sure we've reapplied Weak. Oh, I suppose I should do the Soul first. Yeah, because I want to play the Hang. So the next Hang will kill. Well, maybe we need to re-weaken him, actually, for that to be true. Plap. Plap. Come on, Soul Nexus. It's time for you to die. Oh, Hang! There you are. Do I need to squash first? Nah. No need. Alright, Powdered Demise, that's kind of a meh card to add at this point. This is a skip, I don't care about any of these. Pendulum also would have made it better to not duplicate. Ice Cream. We like Ice Cream. My dad likes mint chocolate chip, and I've always thought that was weird. Hate mint chocolate chip. All right, upgrade the Squash. All right, gonna take a bunch of damage again. The Cream is here. Is it worth playing both Call of the Voids, or do I think I can get away with playing only one? And then simply doing Grave Warden and Afterlife to take less damage here. This fight could go a little bit sideways. It's just a lot of damage that it asks of you. All right, so I definitely play those two. And it's a matter of, do I try to avoid taking damage whatsoever? It's kind of tough to do, actually. And I'm probably going to focus down the Magi Knight before the Spectral Knight, actually. I feel like I could be wrong, but usually that's the play, is to focus down one of these two, depending on what your deck needs. So Invoke, Defend Plus, and we let the rest of this fall off, and we're fine with it. But we mostly just want a lot of energy. Maybe I don't need to play the other Invoke. I don't know. Ice Cream. Okay, so we're going to Seance the Bad Luck. We're going to Seance a Defend. We're going to Cleanse. You like this fight because the Spectral Knight sometimes lets you just sidestep into an infinite? Yes, it's true. You can accidentally infinite on a deck that can't quite infinite yet. So I'm going to focus the Magi Knight. And we will defy Front Boy here, because he's just attacking for the most. I don't think I need to be too fancy about that. So we're going to take a bunch of damage. So the thing is, this fight just involves a bunch of damage. I guess we only took 3. Maybe that's not that much. Barry is here. We'll get our upgrades back. I wonder if I should have played a Powdered Demise at the start of the fight. I probably should have, and probably should have played it on the, like, the second one we're gonna kill-ish. Magi Knight's gonna start hitting super hard starting next turn. I'm actually gonna go ahead and throw that. And let's invoke plus Grave Wardens. I should have done that at the beginning. Devour Life. Whenever you play a soul, summon one. Yeah. Actually feeling pretty good about the fight now. Maybe that was a bad idea, but I suppose it's not a potion we're going to keep long term anyway. We're going to hang on to this fairy in a bottle. So we can strategically get rid of cards, and we do have Ice Cream. So let's do Afterlife, Defy, Defy, Hang. Let those fall off. Keep just one energy. Okay, so we're gonna Seance away some stuff. Maybe the berry. Too expensive. And one of the squashes. One of the squashes. So let's play the Invoke Plus. We love energy. Probably just Defy, Debilitate. And I might Debilitate this one. I think that's right. We want these soul pluses. I guess I'll let this defend fall off and maybe keep a little energy. No, let's add another soul plus. I think just smoothing things out means we don't take any more damage for sure. Gotta keep a smooth mind, you know? Let's see. Let's get rid of the other Call of the Void. Let's invoke. We'll Seance away some stuff. Unupgraded Invoke. We'll Seance away one of the Debilitates that we don't need. And this guy's just simply dead. We just need to find our hang and hang. We need to find the hang again, and then hang. And then he's dead. Oh, hang! There we go. That's one of those fights, if you have like a really strong deck and you think you don't need to care about the result at all, make sure not to accidentally get rid of every source of damage on accident, because then you'll be sad. Not that I've ever done that. This fight again. So if we play the Grave Warden, we have to play the Afterlife to not lose more max HP. And I think I'm going to try to hang on to the Power Pot. That could be good for the elites. Excuse me, the end bosses. No! Bad luck! Bad luck. Why am I taking 1 billion damage too? So let's get rid of a defend, I suppose. God. Actually, how much are they doing total? Hold up. Hold up. Is this way more than I think it is? So we got 12 plus 16 plus 16 plus 13. This is 57 damage. I maybe should have looked at this ahead of time. I definitely should have, but let's go to this. Are there any powers that could save us? Neurosurge. Neurosurge. I don't know that the power pod is like the best here. God. This is so bad. I'm gonna save energy. I'm not gonna play the squash. There should be a would love a bagger prep counter. Oh, that would be every single combat of every single run. Holy shit. Oh my god. This is why I always avoid hallway fights. We didn't even want a hallway fight here. We were just at a little question mark. Probably dead. Probably dead. $16, $16, $16, $18. Fairy in a bottle's not gonna quite do it. The power pot, I mean, I'm gonna play it. Yeah, fairy's not gonna be enough though. We fine? We die twice, I think is what happens. So Spirit of Ash gives us a tiny bit of block. And lethality could make it so we're able to kill one that we weren't able to kill before. So let's work out what's best here. Highest damage attack is still just the hang. Right, so that'll go from 13 to adding an additional 6, so 19. No matter what it is, we still have to do not necessarily 2 attacks, because 19 plus 15. Yeah, 34. So it could kill either of those two. I suspect that that'll be more damage. Will the granularity of where the fairy in the bottle procs be relevant? Might be. Good God, this fight. Spirit of Ash will only get us 4 total block. No, I think it'll just be lethality. Okay, so we're gonna bodyguard, then unleash here. Right, I think that was just all a given. So now it is a matter of, is it required to play the Grave Warden, or can I get away with playing the Invoke? I don't think I even want to ask the question, can I avoid getting away with the Invoke? I think it's just the Grave Warden. I don't think I need to bother thinking about that question and its answer. So, we die once, we die twice. There may have been better to kill the back one. The granularity of where exactly we died might have been relevant. Wow. You know what's crazy is I think here's the interesting thing about the state of the game right now. I'm pretty sure this deck, as is right now, pretty reliably kills the test subject and queen, especially with one more shop on offer here. But the late hallway fights, by the time you've reached Ascension 9, pretty much in every single act, are like the hardest fights. Damn. Many scrolls of biting tore the Necrobinder to shreds. So asking the evergreen question, what were the misplays? What did we learn? What could we do differently or better? There were a few like experimental things. I actually think the defend with Spiral was very high value in this run, much more than the previous one. We were offered an End of Days, opted not to take it. I wonder if End of Days on a deck with no AoE, I mean, it certainly would have helped in the fights that were most dangerous, which were the Scrolls of Biting, both here early on and this one, even the Night Gang, Elite Night Gang. I wonder if End of Days, had End of Days been taken, the question is, I mean, it would have helped us in this specific instance. That doesn't necessarily mean it was right or wrong, but I suspect it was probably insurance against the thing the deck is vulnerable to. And it was vulnerable to it, and I kind of didn't realize. How much Doom is it upgraded? Oh, that's a good question. That is a great question. End of Days. 37. So when it's upgraded, it basically like blap says, hey, Scrolls of Biting, you're dead. Now, we wouldn't have necessarily had it in hand. I think duplicating the deck was a mistake. But hard to say, because the queen could still be dangerous with the deck in its current form. Before the duplication. Because we didn't have much souls generation. Are you going to do one more run? No, I don't think so. I think that's going to be where I'm going to call it. My wife wants to go on a walk with the dogs before the weather turns, because it's going to turn bad here pretty soon. We're going to get a big old blizzard here in southeast Minnesota. Big old blizzard coming around a little later today. But yeah, I think making the starting hand so much worse by having one more card, which is like a good card, right? We're pretty happy to have the Call of the Void, but I think 2 Call of the Voids is unnecessary and kind of inappropriate. I don't have the energy for it. I think duplicating the deck was a mistake. I think it was more likely to find additional sources of haunt. Can I do like this? No, it only searches card names. But like, how many different cards add haunt? Right, I mean, the main one that we would be looking for, of course, is Capture Spirit. Dirge would be insane, especially with the ice cream once we had it. And I think as long as we've got enough souls, oh, I kept calling them spirits. As long as we've got enough souls, I think the queen fight is much lower risk. And even just having the single Call of the Void maybe makes the queen more manageable. So maybe the duplication of the deck was just a mistake as well. I think that just wasn't fully thought through. And End of Days being a curse in some fights, honestly totally fine. So, unclear what would have happened if different decisions were made, but I am inclined to believe Anyway, all of this is just like iterative, right? I'm moving little bits and pieces to more closely align with what we've experienced to just push the needle when making decisions in the future. Pretty interesting run though, right? So I do think it'd be interesting to see how far I could push a Necrobinder streak. I mean, I say streak, like I only did 2, right? A streak of 2. But I think if you play it correctly and carefully, I think it can actually probably be pretty high with the game in its current state, which is maybe a problem. Because I'm definitely not really knowing what I'm doing, not knowing the pools of events, not really properly assessing all the different rares and different card offerings, because how could I? The game just came out, and I just reached Ascension 10 with the character, right? I haven't put in quite the same number of hours as some other people, but I certainly have put in plenty, right? Certainly having a lot of fun with the game and plan to continue to play more of it. All right, so I'm going to send you guys over to... Oh, I don't know. Baylor Lord doesn't need a raid, but you know who is really excellent at Slay the Spire and other such games? Novagreed, who I'm going to send you guys over to. Playing some Slay the Spire 2, of course. And was a previous holder of the Slay the Spire 1 rotating streak, I believe. So, should be pretty good at this game too, one must imagine. That's where I'm going to call it. I'm going to go have some lunch, hang out with the wife, and I should be back tomorrow for an EU-friendly stream starting time. So to all of you, wherever you are in the world, make it a good one. Ta-ta.